Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Veil of Time, in the far reaches of the world, beyond the well-trodden paths and into the realm where the boundaries of reality blur, there lies a small, nearly forgotten town. This place, called Thalmer, is a quiet speck on the map, one that most people overlook. Its name is known only to a few, and its stories are passed down in hushed whispers. The townsfolk rarely speak of them, but if you ask the right person, someone who isn't afraid to talk, they might tell you of an ancient legend, one that touches the very fabric of time itself. It's a tale as old as the village and speaks of a power that can change the destiny of everything and everyone, the Veil of Time, on a day that seemed no different than any other. Alaric, a young man with a restless spirit, stood at the edge of the village, staring out at the horizon. He had always been curious, always wanting to know what lay beyond the familiar sights of Thalmer. The dusty streets and simple lives of the villagers never quite satisfied him. Alaric wanted adventure, the kind of adventure that only existed in the stories of the old-timers. Alaric, his grandmother's voice echoed from the doorway behind him, "You can't keep staring at the horizon forever." He turned to face her, offering a sheepish grin. "Just thinking, Gran. You always say there's more to life than this place. What if you're right?" She smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the kind of wisdom only years of living could give. "The world's a big place, Alaric, but sometimes, what you seek is closer than you think." Her words lingered in the air, and though Alaric didn't fully understand them, he felt the weight of something hidden just beneath the surface of her tone. Something important. Something that had been passed down through generations of their family, yet was never fully explained. "Why don't you go to the library?" his grandmother suggested. "There's something in there you might want to see." Alaric's curiosity piqued. The village library was old, older than the town itself, as far as anyone knew. Few ever ventured inside, save for a handful of scholars who passed through once in a while. But Alaric had heard rumors of a book, one that no one ever seemed to finish reading. It was said to hold the key to understanding the mysteries of the Veil of Time. Without another word, he set off towards the library. The dusty path that led there felt longer today, as if the earth itself was holding him back, urging him to reconsider. But Alaric wasn't one to back down. He was determined to uncover whatever secret was waiting inside that ancient building. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door of the library, a chill ran down his spine. The air inside was thick with the scent of aged paper and dust, a place untouched by the passage of time. Alaric's footsteps echoed as he walked deeper into the cavernous space. The silence almost suffocating. The shelves stretched high above him, filled with books that seemed to stretch on forever, and then, at the far end of the library, he saw it, a lone book, resting on a pedestal. It was old, the cover cracked and worn, but it exuded an unmistakable aura of power. Alaric felt drawn to it, as if something deep inside him knew this was what he had been searching for his entire life. He approached cautiously, each step reverberating in the stillness of the room. As his fingers brushed against the book's cover, the room seemed to shift around him. The air grew colder, and the faintest whisper seemed to echo through the walls. "Take it," the voice seemed to say. Without thinking, Alaric opened the book, and in that moment, the world around him seemed to fall away. The moment Alaric opened the book, it was as though the very fabric of reality had snapped. The air around him rippled, like the surface of a calm lake disturbed by an unseen force. His heart raced in his chest, a strange sensation crawling up his spine as if the book itself was alive. The pages, yellowed with age, seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of the library, each word shifting before his eyes, as if they were rearranging themselves into something new. Alaric could hear the faintest hum in his ears, the sound not from the book, but from somewhere deeper, a whisper that echoed in the very marrow of his bones. His hands trembled as he turned the pages, each one seeming to pull him deeper into its mystery. The words on the pages were like nothing he had ever seen. They weren't written in any language he recognized, yet somehow, they felt familiar. A sense of déjà vu washed over him, as though the symbols had always been there, waiting for him to find them. The veil is not a thing, but a place. The sentence appeared before him, glowing in golden light. Alaric's breath caught in his throat. What was this? A place? He'd always thought the Veil of Time was a legend, a mere tale told to frighten children or fill the silence of long winter nights. But this was different. This felt real. The words on the page spoke of something ancient, something that predated even the village of Thalmer. Beyond the veil lies the true nature of time, where past and future are not separate, but one. The book seemed to pulse with energy as he read the lines, each word sinking into his mind. The air around him thickened, and Alaric's chest tightened. He wasn't just reading a story. He was being drawn into it, as though the very act of reading had opened a door that had long remained closed. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble. Alaric staggered back, his heart pounding. The walls of the library swayed, and the bookshelves groaned as if the entire building were alive. He glanced around in panic, but nothing appeared out of place. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the library, and perhaps the world itself, was shifting, changing. The voice from earlier returned, louder this time, reverberating in his mind. You are chosen. The veil of time awaits. Alaric dropped the book in shock. It fell to the ground with a heavy thud, the echo reverberating through the room. For a moment, everything was silent again, and he dared to breathe, but then, the floor beneath him cracked, splitting wide open. A blinding light burst forth from the crack, forcing him to shield his eyes. The light wasn't like anything he had ever seen. It wasn't warm or harsh. It was cool and beckoning, like the glow of the moon on a cloudless night. Slowly, he stepped toward the crack, his body moving on its own, as if pulled by an invisible force. As his foot hovered over the edge, he hesitated. The library was no longer familiar. The walls seemed to pulse with energy, the shelves distorting as though they were bending to an unseen will. Alaric's thoughts raced, 1,000 questions flooding his mind. What was happening? Where was the light leading him, but before he could answer his own questions, the voice spoke once more, clear and insistent. "Step through, Alaric. You are the one." Without fully understanding why, Alaric stepped forward. As his foot made contact with the crack, the ground gave way entirely, and he was plunged into darkness. He fell. Time seemed to stretch on forever as Alaric tumbled through an endless void, his body weightless, yet heavy with an unknown force. His mind spun in a whirl of confusion and fear, yet a strange calm settled over him, as if this moment had been inevitable. His entire life had led to this point, to this fall. Then, with a sudden jolt, the darkness gave way to light. Alaric found himself standing on solid ground once again. But this was no longer the library. The air was thick with an otherworldly energy, and the landscape stretched out before him like a dream. He was no longer in Thelma. He wasn't even sure where he was. The sky above him was not the deep blue he knew, but a swirling mix of colors, as though time itself was bleeding across the heavens. The ground beneath his feet was smooth, almost metallic, and stretched out into a horizon that seemed both near and far at once. There were no mountains, no trees, no familiar landmarks. Just the endless expanse of this strange, unfamiliar place. In the distance, a figure stood. Tall, cloaked in dark robes, with a face obscured by a hood. Alaric's heart pounded in his chest, but something told him this figure was not an enemy. The figure beckoned him forward, their hand raised in silent invitation. "Who are you?" Alaric called out, his voice trembling with uncertainty. The figure did not answer. Instead, they turned and began to walk away, disappearing into the swirling colors of the sky. Alaric's feet moved on their own, following the figure without a second thought. His mind was a blur of questions, yet one thing was clear: he had stepped into something much bigger than himself. The veil of time was real, and he had crossed it, and now, there was no turning back. Alaric's mind raced, yet his feet seemed to move without hesitation, carried by an instinct he couldn't explain. The figure ahead of him moved with purpose, their steps steady and unhurried, despite the disorienting environment around them. The swirling sky above seemed to pulse in rhythm with Alaric's heartbeat. The colors shifting and bending as though they were alive, alive in ways that defied everything he knew. Each step he took felt like a journey deeper into the unknown, a path that would either reveal the truths he had been searching for or consume him entirely. The figure ahead of him turned a corner, disappearing behind a sudden, jagged outcrop of dark stone. Alaric quickened his pace, his breath shallow, the tension in his chest growing heavier. Was this a dream? No, it couldn't be. The ground beneath his feet was too solid, the air too real. Everything felt strange, but undeniably real. When Alaric reached the corner, he stopped. The figure was gone. In its place was an enormous structure. A towering obelisk made of the same dark stone that had formed the outcrop. It stood alone, reaching into the sky, its surface covered with ancient carvings that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. The carvings were intricate and impossible to decipher, yet Alaric felt as though they held a message, one that only he was meant to understand. He approached the obelisk cautiously, his fingers brushing against the cool stone. The moment his skin made contact, a pulse of energy shot through him, sharp and electrifying. It was like nothing he had ever felt before, a power that thrummed through his veins, sparking something deep within him. His body tensed, every nerve alive with a strange urgency. The carvings on the obelisk shifted before his eyes. The symbols seemed to rearrange themselves, forming words that Alaric could understand, though they weren't words he had ever seen before. They were written in an ancient tongue, a language that was foreign yet somehow familiar. He felt as though the words were speaking directly to him, each one a thread that wove into his consciousness, linking him to something far beyond himself. "You have crossed the veil," the words whispered, their sound reverberating in his mind. "And in doing so, you have opened the door. The path ahead will test you, Alaric. It will show you the past, the present, and the future. You must choose your path carefully." The words faded, leaving Alaric standing in stunned silence. He felt the weight of their meaning settle over him. The veil of time, this strange place he had entered, was not just a realm of mystery, it was a realm of choice, a place where time itself could be manipulated, twisted, and unraveled. He had been brought here for a reason, but what that reason was, he didn't yet know. Before he could contemplate the significance of the message, a new presence made itself known. From the shadows cast by the obelisk, another figure emerged, this one much closer. The figure was humanoid, though its features were obscured by a swirling cloak of mist. It was taller than any human Alaric had ever seen, with long, graceful limbs that seemed to glide over the ground rather than walk. The figure's face was hidden beneath a hood, but Alaric could feel its eyes on him, piercing and knowing, as if it could see straight into his soul. "Who are you?" Alaric asked, his voice steady despite the fear twisting in his gut. The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it stepped closer, its movements fluid, almost ethereal. A soft, melodic voice finally spoke, the words slipping through the mist like a gentle breeze. "You are far from home, Alaric," it said. "You have crossed the veil, and now you must face what lies beyond. Time is not as it seems here. The past is not behind you. The future is not ahead. Everything is here, in this moment, all at once." Alaric frowned, trying to process the figure's words. "What does that mean? What is this place? Why am I here?" The figure's misty form shimmered, and Alaric's vision blurred for a moment. When it cleared, the figure was standing directly in front of him. Its face remained hidden, but he felt an overwhelming presence, as though the figure was both ancient and eternal, something beyond the limits of human understanding. "This is the place where time bends," it said. "The veil is not a barrier, it is a doorway. A doorway that leads to all moments, to every moment that has ever been and ever will be. You are here to learn, Alaric. To choose. To understand what it means to truly see." Alaric took a step back, his mind struggling to grasp the magnitude of what he was being told. The veil of time, a doorway to all moments. Was this some kind of dream? But no, everything felt too real, too immediate. The pressure of the air, the weight of the ground beneath him, the pulse of energy still humming in his chest, it was all too tangible. "Learn what?" Alaric asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What do I need to understand?" The figure did not immediately respond, instead raising a hand toward the obelisk. A flash of light erupted from the carvings, the symbols shifting rapidly, rearranging into an image, a vision. Alaric's breath caught in his throat as he saw it, a world in chaos. A land torn apart by war, by betrayal, by forces beyond mortal comprehension. He saw people he didn't know, soldiers, families, strangers, all caught in the storm of time's passage, their lives intertwined in ways that Alaric could not understand. The vision shifted, and Alaric saw himself. He stood in the middle of a battlefield, holding a blade that gleamed with an unnatural light. Around him, the world was falling apart, and yet, there was a sense of purpose in his stance. As if he were the key to something, to the future, to the survival of this world, or perhaps to its ultimate destruction. The vision faded. And Alaric was left gasping for breath. His heart raced, and he felt a cold sweat cling to his skin. What was that? He demanded. What did I just see? The figure's misty cloak swirled around it as it spoke. That, Alaric, is the future. Or perhaps it is just one possibility. The choice you make here will shape what is to come. The veil of time shows all paths, all endings. But only you can choose which path you will walk. Alaric's mind was a storm of confusion, fear, and awe. The future, his future, lay before him, but he didn't know what to do with it. How could he choose? How could anyone choose such a thing? Before he could ask another question, the figure turned and began to walk away. Its form dissolving into the mist. Remember, Alaric, it called over its shoulder, time is a gift, and a curse. You will soon understand. Alaric stood alone, the figure disappearing into the mist, leaving him standing at the foot of the towering obelisk. His heart pounded in his chest, the words of the mysterious figure echoing in his mind. Time was a gift and a curse. He had crossed the veil of time, but now what? What did it all mean? He couldn't stop thinking about the vision, the chaotic future, the battlefield, and himself standing in the middle of it all, holding a blade that seemed to glow with an unnatural light. He had so many questions, yet there were no answers. The world around him was silent, save for the hum of energy that seemed to fill the air, vibrating against his very skin. He felt a strange pull, as though something was calling to him, urging him to move forward, to follow whatever path this place had laid out for him. Alaric glanced around, his gaze falling on the obelisk again. The carvings were no longer glowing, the symbols once again faded and indistinct. He reached out to touch it once more, hoping for another clue, but as his fingers brushed against the stone, the surface shuddered, and the ground beneath him trembled. A low rumble filled the air, growing louder with each passing second. Alaric's heart raced as the ground cracked open beneath him. This time, there was no light, no warning. The earth gave way, and he was falling again, but this fall was different. It wasn't the endless void he had experienced before. This time, the air around him was thick with heat, the scent of burning wood and the acrid tang of smoke filling his lungs. His eyes burned from the ash that swirled around him, the ground below now a searing landscape of fire and destruction. Alaric's body hit the ground with a harsh thud. He gasped, his breath coming in sharp, ragged bursts, and his hand instinctively went to his chest. His heart was racing, and his thoughts spun in a whirlwind of confusion and fear. Where was he now? What was this place? As he pushed himself to his feet, he realized something strange. He was no longer standing in the same place as before. This wasn't the landscape of swirling colors and misty shadows. This was real. The heat, the smoke, the ash falling around him, it was all too tangible. Too real, and then, he saw it, a figure emerged from the smoke. A man, tall and imposing, his face obscured by a helmet of black iron. He was clad in dark armor, his movements deliberate and purposeful, as though he had walked through this battlefield 1,000 times before. Alaric's first instinct was to step back, to find cover, but something about the man's presence was different. There was a familiarity to him, a recognition that Alaric couldn't place. He knew this man. Or at least, he felt as though he should. The figure stopped a few feet away from Alaric, his presence commanding, almost suffocating. The air between them seemed to crackle with tension. "You're not supposed to be here," the man said, his voice low and cold, carrying the weight of authority. Alaric swallowed, his throat dry. "What is this place?" he managed to ask, his voice barely above a whisper. "Who are you?" The figure's head tilted slightly, as if assessing him, before he spoke again, his voice almost regretful. "You shouldn't have come here, Alaric. You have yet to understand the consequences of your actions." Alaric took a step forward, his eyes narrowing. "What do you mean? Who are you? And why am I here?" The man did not answer right away. Instead, he glanced around at the chaos that surrounded them, the burning ruins, the smoke that choked the sky, the shattered remains of what once might have been a thriving city. His eyes softened for just a moment, but then, they hardened again. "This is what happens when time is tampered with," the figure said. "This is the consequence of choices made by those who don't fully understand the power they wield." Alaric's mind raced. "Time," he repeated, struggling to make sense of the man's words. "What do you mean? I don't understand. I was just in the veil. I don't know how I got here." The figure's gaze seemed to pierce through Alaric, as though seeing something he couldn't even see within himself. "The veil is no place for the unprepared," he said, his tone harder now. "It is not a place of power, but of consequence. Every action, every choice ripples through time, shaping what is and what will be." Alaric's breath caught in his throat. "But this place, is this the future? Is this what happens if I make the wrong choice?" The figure nodded slowly. "Yes. This is one of many possibilities. A future where the veil's power is used recklessly, where time is manipulated without understanding the cost. And you are a part of it, Alaric. Whether you realize it or not." Alaric's mind reeled. His hands trembled, and his stomach churned. He had seen the battlefield before, in the vision shown to him by the mysterious figure in the mist. But he hadn't understood what it meant. Now, standing in the heart of the destruction, it was becoming painfully clear. "So, what am I supposed to do?" Alaric asked, his voice hoarse with uncertainty. "How do I fix this?" The figure's eyes seemed to soften for a moment, and he took a step closer to Alaric, lowering his voice. "You can't fix it. Not by yourself. But you can choose. You have a role to play in all of this, Alaric. You can change the future, but only if you're willing to accept the consequences of your choices." Alaric felt a cold chill run down his spine. The weight of the man's words pressed down on him, and for the first time since crossing the veil, he felt the full weight of what he had done, what he might have unleashed. The man turned away, and Alaric's heart sank. "There is no going back now," the figure said, his voice fading into the smoke. "But there is still time. Time to choose. Choose wisely, Alaric, for the future is not as it seems." Alaric stood frozen in place, his mind spinning. Time. The future. His choices. What had he gotten himself into? Before he could think any further, the world around him began to twist again. The ground beneath him trembled once more, and the air grew thick with energy. A storm was coming, a storm that would either tear this place apart or show Alaric the truth. The air crackled, the very atmosphere vibrating with an energy Alaric could feel deep within his bones. The smoke that had swirled around him seemed to thicken, darkening as though some great storm was rising within it. The ground beneath his feet trembled once more, and Alaric instinctively took a step back, his heart pounding in his chest. The chaos that surrounded him seemed to close in, but there was nowhere to run. The figure in the black armor, the one who had spoken of consequences and choices, had vanished into the smoke, leaving Alaric alone. His mind was reeling, every question he had unanswered. Every possible path before him clouded by uncertainty. The vision of the future, the battlefield, the destruction, and his own hand holding a blade, was seared into his mind. It haunted him, and the weight of it pressed down on him, suffocating him with its implications. The storm that had begun in the distance now reached its peak. Lightning crackled across the sky, not with the natural fury of a storm, but with the unnatural force of something far older, far more dangerous. Alaric's thoughts scrambled to make sense of it, but everything was moving too fast, too violently. His senses were overwhelmed, and the world around him seemed to spin, the line between reality and nightmare growing thinner with each passing second. And then, as though the storm itself had chosen this moment, the ground split open beneath him once more, and Alaric was falling. This time, the fall felt different. There was no chaotic void, no violent descent into darkness. Instead, it was a slow, almost peaceful fall, as if the ground was giving way not in terror, but in invitation. Alaric tried to brace himself, his arms flailing to find something to hold on to, but there was nothing. The world seemed to stretch around him, and for a moment, he felt like he was suspended in a place that didn't belong to time at all. He landed softly, as though the ground had caught him rather than allowed him to crash into it. His breath was shallow, his mind foggy from the disorienting descent. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He was no longer in the wasteland, no longer amidst the flames and destruction. Instead, he found himself standing in a vast, open space, a field of sorts, but unlike any field he had ever seen. The ground was smooth and soft beneath his feet, the grass a vibrant shade of green that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The sky above was not the storm-torn sky he had just seen, but a canvas of deep twilight, with stars scattered like diamonds across the expanse. For a long moment, Alaric stood in silence, taking in the surreal beauty of the place. The air was cool but not cold, the faintest scent of something sweet and earthy filling his lungs. It was peaceful here. Almost too peaceful. He felt as though he didn't belong in this calm, quiet place. The chaos he had just witnessed, the future of destruction, seemed so far removed from this tranquility that it felt like a dream, but there was something here, something in the air that hummed with purpose. Something that told him he had arrived in a place of great significance. He wasn't alone. Ahead of him, at the far end of the field, a figure stood, not the black-armored warrior, but something different. Something gentler, yet no less formidable. A woman, tall and regal, her hair flowing in the breeze like a river of silver. She was clad in simple robes of white, the fabric catching the dim light in such a way that it seemed to glow faintly. Her face was serene, her features soft, but there was an unmistakable power in her presence. She turned slowly, as though she had known Alaric would arrive before he did. Her eyes locked with his, and for a moment, everything else faded away. There was no field, no sky, no storm, no past, no future. There was only the weight of her gaze, as though she could see into the very depths of his soul, into the core of his being. "You've come," she said, her voice soft, but carrying the weight of the world in each word. Alaric's breath caught in his throat. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, unsure if he was speaking to the figure before him or to the very space itself. The woman stepped forward, her movements graceful and fluid. As she drew closer, Alaric felt the power of her presence intensify, like an unspoken force that pulled at his very being. She stopped just a few feet away, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence between them was heavy, as though the weight of the universe was pressing in on them. "I am a guide," she finally said, her voice carrying a calm authority. "A watcher of the threads of time." Alaric frowned, confused. A watcher of time? He shook his head, his thoughts struggling to make sense of it all. "But time it's broken. The veil, the storm, the visions, it all feels like I've disrupted something." The woman nodded, her eyes darkening slightly with the weight of his words. "Yes, you have disrupted something. But it was always meant to be. You have crossed the veil of time for a reason, Alaric. You are here to restore balance, to make the choices that will guide the flow of time back to its rightful place." Alaric's mind reeled, and he took a step back, his eyes darting around the peaceful landscape, as though he could find answers in the sky or the earth beneath his feet. "Restore balance? I don't understand. I'm just one man. I don't know anything about fixing time, about changing the future." "You are not just one man, Alaric," the woman said, her voice gentle but firm. "You are the key. Time does not flow in a straight line, as you think. It bends, it twists, and it loops upon itself. There are countless possibilities, countless outcomes. But you, Alaric, are the anchor. You have the power to choose the path that will shape the future." "But how?" Alaric asked, his voice filled with desperation. "How do I even begin to understand the path I'm supposed to take?" The woman stepped closer still, her gaze unwavering. "You must first understand the truth of time itself. It is not just a thing that moves forward. It is alive. It grows, it shifts, and it is shaped by the choices of those who walk through it. You will be shown the consequences of your actions. Only then will you understand how to make the right choice." Alaric felt the weight of her words press down on him, but there was a strange calm in her voice that seemed to steady his racing thoughts. He didn't fully understand what she meant, but he could feel the gravity of the situation. The future, his future, was at stake. Time itself was fragile, and his choices would shape its course. He took a deep breath, his gaze locking with hers. "What must I do?" The woman's lips curved into a faint smile. "You must walk the path before you, Alaric. You must journey through time and face the consequences of your choices. Only then will you understand the truth of the veil, and the role you are meant to play." Alaric's heart pounded in his chest, but for the first time since stepping into the veil, he felt a sense of purpose. The road ahead would not be easy, but it was the only road he could walk. And he would walk it, no matter what it took. The woman's gaze held Alaric in place, her presence like a silent command, urging him to understand the magnitude of the journey ahead. He stood in the twilight field, feeling the weight of her words, the power of her silence, and the deep pulse of something ancient thrumming in the air. It was as though the very fabric of time itself had been woven around him, and he was now standing at the center of it, with no clear direction, no guide except her. "Walk the path," she had said. "Face the consequences of your choices," Alaric's thoughts whirled. What did it mean to walk this path? What would he face? And what were the consequences? He wasn't sure if he was ready, if anyone could be ready for the weight of time. But as he stood before the woman, he realized that there was no other choice. He had crossed the veil for a reason, and he would see this through, even if it tore him apart. He took a hesitant step forward, his boots pressing into the soft, glowing grass. The moment his foot touched the ground, the world around him seemed to shift. The twilight sky above deepened, the stars flickering like distant beacons of hope, or perhaps, warning. The air grew still, and an eerie calm settled over him. The woman, who had not moved a single step, watched him closely, her eyes filled with something he could not read. "You are not alone, Alaric," she said, her voice a whisper that seemed to carry on the wind. "Time moves with you, around you, and through you. But there will be those who seek to stop you, those who will test your resolve." Alaric stopped in his tracks, his heart skipping a beat. "Test me?" He turned back to her. "Who are these people? Why are they here?" She shook her head, the faintest trace of sorrow in her eyes. "Not everyone will understand the power you wield. Not everyone can see the truth of time. And those who cannot, will fear it." "Fear you?" Alaric's brow furrowed, but before he could press her further, a strange sound filled the air, a faint humming, growing louder, more distinct. The ground beneath his feet seemed to ripple, as though the very earth were alive. The hum intensified, building into a deafening roar. Alaric instinctively took a step back, looking around for the source of the sound, and then, it appeared, a figure, cloaked in shadows, emerged from the distant fog that had started to form along the edge of the field. The figure moved like a wraith, its form dark and indistinct, yet somehow there was a palpable energy surrounding it, a sense of danger that made Alaric's instincts flare. He instinctively reached for the sword at his side, but his hand found only empty air. The blade he had felt in his vision, the one that glowed with the light of destiny, was gone. The figure continued to advance, its footsteps silent but heavy. its presence drawing nearer with every passing second. Alaric felt his pulse quicken, the world narrowing as he focused solely on the mysterious being before him. Was this one of the ones the woman had warned him about? Was this his first test? Who are you? Alaric called out, his voice steady despite the fear rising in his chest. The figure did not answer. Instead, it raised one arm, and as it did, the very air seemed to shift. A gust of wind swept through the field, and the sky above darkened further, the stars vanishing behind an oppressive veil of clouds. The temperature dropped, and Alaric felt a chill creep into his bones, his breath becoming visible in the cold. The figure's cloak parted, revealing its face. It was not a face of flesh, but of shifting shadows, constantly changing, never settling on any one feature. 1,000 faces flickered in and out of existence, each one more unsettling than the last. Alaric's throat tightened as he stared at it, unable to look away. There was something wrong here, something unnatural about the creature. It was like a twisted reflection of his worst fears, each face a manifestation of his own doubts, his own insecurities. "You are out of time, Alaric," the creature spoke, its voice like 1,000 whispers combined, overlapping and distorting. "You cannot change what is already written. You cannot undo the damage you have caused." The words cut through him like a knife, and for a moment, Alaric's legs trembled beneath him. The weight of what the creature had said settled heavily in his chest. Had he truly disrupted the natural flow of time? Was it too late to undo the damage he had already caused? "Why are you here?" Alaric demanded, his voice rising above the oppressive whispers that surrounded him. "What do you want from me?" The creature did not respond in words, but with an action. It reached out with one long, slender hand, and as it did, the very space between them seemed to warp. A distortion rippled through the air, a twisting, bending effect that made Alaric's stomach churn. The ground beneath him seemed to shift, warping in ways that defied logic, and a terrible pressure bore down on him from all sides, like the weight of an entire world closing in. Alaric's mind screamed at him to run, but his legs would not move. He was frozen, trapped in this strange moment, caught between the creature and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. And then, he felt it. The sword, the one that had been with him in his vision, it was back. He had no idea how, but the hilt was in his hand, warm and pulsing with energy. The blade itself glowed faintly, casting an ethereal light that cut through the growing darkness around him. The creature paused, its shifting faces flickering, as though it had not expected this. "You are not ready," the creature hissed, its voice full of venom. "You cannot wield that power. You will be consumed by it." Alaric raised the sword, his grip firm, his heart steadying despite the fear that still gripped him. "I don't have a choice." With that, he lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air with a clarity and strength he had never felt before. The creature hissed, recoiling in an unnatural way, but it did not disappear. Instead, it began to draw back, its form fracturing as it did, like shattered glass being pulled back into a whirlpool of darkness. Alaric pressed forward, the sword's light pushing against the shadows, the hum of the blade vibrating through his entire being. He could feel its power, raw, untamed, and ancient. It was a part of him, and he was a part of it. There was no turning back now. The creature, now fully enveloped in darkness, let out a final, deafening screech before it dissolved entirely, the air around Alaric growing still once more, but the victory was bittersweet. The ground around him remained shrouded in the unnatural fog, and the woman's voice echoed in his mind. "One choice made," she whispered. "But there will be more. The path ahead is long, and not all battles are fought with a sword." Alaric's heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing. He had won this battle, but what about the war? What about the future? He glanced down at the blade in his hand. Feeling its weight, knowing that the journey ahead was far from over, the air around Alaric grew still, eerily silent after the creature's dissolution. The once oppressive fog that had consumed the field began to lift, swirling and dissipating like smoke in the wind. But even as the air cleared, Alaric could feel the weight of what he had just faced pressing down on him. The tension, the fear, the unknown, they hadn't disappeared. They still lingered in his chest, gnawing at him, making him wonder if what he had just experienced had been real or some strange, terrifying vision. He turned the sword in his hand, its glow now faint but still present, a soft hum vibrating through his palm. The blade was an anchor, something tangible in this bizarre, shifting landscape. And yet, for all its power, Alaric couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't in control. Not really. The creature had been right about one thing: he wasn't ready for this. None of this was natural. And the fact that the sword had appeared when he needed it most only added to the growing unease in his gut. What did it mean? What was he supposed to do with this power? One choice made, the woman's voice echoed in his mind once more. But there will be more. The path ahead is long, and not all battles are fought with a sword. Her words resonated with him. It wasn't just about physical strength or defeating enemies. No, the true challenge was something deeper, something that lay beneath the surface of this strange world. Alaric was beginning to realize that this journey, this twisting, convoluted path through time, wasn't just about saving the future. It was about understanding time itself. And more importantly, understanding himself. His thoughts were interrupted by the soft sound of footsteps behind him. He whirled around, instinctively raising the sword, but the figure that stood before him made him lower it almost immediately. The woman stood there again, her presence serene as always, her eyes soft but unyielding. The field had returned to its tranquil state, the stars twinkling above them. But it was clear that the battle was far from over. She wasn't here to fight him. She was here to guide him, or perhaps, to test him further. "You've done well," she said, her voice warm with approval. "But the hardest part is yet to come." Alaric lowered the blade fully, though his grip remained firm. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. He had faced the creature, defeated it, but that hadn't brought him any closer to understanding what he was meant to do. If anything, it had only made the whole situation more confusing. The woman tilted her head slightly, a faint, knowing smile tugging at her lips. "Now, you will face your first true trial." "Trial?" Alaric repeated, his brow furrowing. "What does that mean?" "You will face a choice, Alaric," she explained. "A choice that will determine the path forward. A choice that could shape the very fabric of time." Alaric took a step forward, the weight of her words sinking in. How can I possibly know what the right choice is? How can anyone know? The woman's expression softened, and she stepped closer, her gaze unwavering. You must trust yourself. Time is not set in stone, Alaric. It is fluid. It bends and shifts with every choice, every decision. But there is a truth within you that will guide you. Trust in it, even when it feels uncertain. But what if I make the wrong choice? He asked, his voice strained with the fear of failure. What if I destroy everything instead of saving it? Every choice carries consequences, she said, her voice calm yet filled with a quiet authority. But it is not in the act of choosing that you will find your answer. It is in the journey that follows. You will learn, you will grow, and you will see the truth of your path as you walk it. That is the nature of time. Alaric nodded slowly, though the fear in his chest hadn't dissipated. She spoke as though the answer was simple, as though it were obvious. But how could it be? How could anyone walk through time and simply trust that their choices would be right? The weight of the responsibility threatened to crush him, but at the same time, something inside him stirred, a flicker of resolve, a spark of understanding. You will need to go to the citadel, the woman said, her tone shifting to something more urgent. It is there that you will face your first trial. It is there that the choice will be made. The citadel. Alaric repeated, his mind racing. Where is it? How do I get there? The woman extended her hand, palm up, and the air before her shimmered. Slowly, a glowing map materialized in the space between them, etched with lines of light that pulsed with a faint energy. Alaric leaned forward, studying it closely. He could see the terrain, a vast land of mountains, rivers, and forests, stretching out as far as the eye could see. But it wasn't just a map of the physical world. It was more than that. He could feel the flow of time running through it, like a river of light, weaving through the land and the sky. There, she said, pointing to a distant point on the map, a location marked with an intricate symbol. The citadel lies beyond the Valley of Ages, where the river of time meets the horizon. It is a place of power, where the threads of time are woven together. It is there that you will find your first trial. Alaric studied the map, his mind racing. The Valley of Ages. The River of Time. He had no idea what to expect, but he knew one thing for sure: the citadel was not a place to take lightly. The weight of what awaited him there felt almost tangible. As though the very air around it was thick with ancient power. What is this trial? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking the words aloud would make them more real, more terrifying. You will find out when you arrive, the woman replied, her voice gentle yet unyielding. But remember, Alaric, the trial is not just about what you face. It is about what you will learn. The choice you make there will shape not only your future but the future of time itself. Alaric swallowed hard, his throat dry. The pressure of it all threatened to overwhelm him, but he knew he had no other option. He had to go. He had to face this trial, whatever it might be. I'll go, he said. The words escaping his lips with more confidence than he felt. I'll go to the citadel. The woman smiled, a look of approval in her eyes. Then go, Alaric. But remember, time is watching. and you will never truly be alone." With that, she vanished, her form fading into the twilight like a dream slipping from his grasp. Alaric stood alone once again, staring at the glowing map in his hand, his heart pounding in his chest. The citadel lay ahead, distant and shrouded in mystery. And yet, as he gazed at the symbol marking its location, something inside him stirred, a quiet sense of resolve. He was ready to face whatever awaited him. Alaric's feet pressed into the earth, each step taking him further from the field where the strange woman had given him his first true instruction. He could still feel the hum of the sword in his hand, its presence now a constant companion, a reminder of the strange world he had entered, and the weight of the choices ahead. The map the woman had conjured in the air still pulsed in his mind, guiding him toward the distant citadel. Though its true nature was shrouded in mystery, he had set out alone, the vast landscape before him a reflection of the uncertainty in his heart. The path he walked was not one of clear roads or well-marked trails. It was a labyrinth of wilderness, the terrain shifting in ways he had not anticipated. Mountains rose in the distance, dark peaks that seemed to stretch toward the heavens, while deep forests of towering trees enclosed him in their shadows. Their branches swaying with the wind, the air itself was thick with something ancient. Alaric could feel the weight of it in his bones, as though time itself were watching him, waiting to see what choices he would make. The weight of his mission pressed down on him, but it was the nagging sense of being a thread in a tapestry far too vast to comprehend that left him with an unsettling feeling. Could he truly shape time, or was he simply a puppet, tugged along by forces far beyond his control? The citadel, that was where the answers lay, or so the woman had promised. And yet, as the days wore on, the journey seemed only to deepen the questions in Alaric's mind. Was the citadel truly a place of power? Would he find the answers he sought there? Or would it simply be another trial? Another piece of this strange puzzle that he could never quite solve. His thoughts were interrupted as he entered a narrow valley, the path before him steep and winding. The towering cliffs on either side of him seemed to close in, and the air grew cooler, the wind biting at his skin. There was something about this place that made him uneasy, something primal, as if the very earth beneath his feet had been shaped by the forces of time itself. As he moved forward, he noticed something odd. The ground beneath him seemed to shimmer, as if it were alive. The path was not solid, but fluctuated in texture, like the fabric of reality itself was bending around him. He stopped, staring at the earth beneath his feet. A sense of vertigo rising in his chest. The world around him felt disjointed, fractured, as though time itself was splintering. Was this part of the journey? Or was something wrong? "Time is not what it seems," a voice whispered, so faint that Alaric almost missed it. His heart raced, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of the sword. The voice came again, clearer this time. "Do not mistake what you see for truth." Alaric's eyes scanned the valley, his senses alert. There was no one around, yet the voice was unmistakable. It wasn't the woman's voice, nor was it the creature's. This was something else entirely, something ancient and unknowable. "Who are you?" Alaric called out. His voice firm but laced with uncertainty. "What do you want?" The ground beneath him rippled again, the sensation unsettling and unnatural. Slowly, the valley began to change, the landscape warping as though time were folding in on itself. The trees around him grew tall and twisted, their branches reaching like skeletal hands toward the sky. The air grew thick with a fog that descended quickly, obscuring his vision. He could hear whispers now, soft, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from all around him. A figure emerged from the mist, its form dark and shifting, like smoke given shape. The voice Alaric had heard earlier seemed to emanate from it, though its movements did not correspond to any physical sound. It was like the creature was speaking directly into his mind. "You've come far, Alaric," the voice said, its tone like an echo of forgotten memories, distant and cold. "But do you understand why you are here? Do you know what you seek?" Alaric gripped the sword tighter, its glow pulsing brighter in the encroaching darkness. "I'm here to face the trial," he said, though the words felt hollow even to his own ears. "I'm here to find the truth." The figure swirled in the fog, its form flickering like a flame in the wind. "The truth?" it asked, its voice thick with disdain. "There is no truth, Alaric. Only choices. And every choice you make will unravel something else. Time is not a thread you can pull without consequence." The figure raised a hand, and Alaric could feel the temperature drop, the air around him growing colder, thicker. The fog intensified, and the shadows deepened, wrapping around him like a suffocating blanket. "You will not be the first to walk this path," the figure continued. "And you will not be the last. Those who came before you, their choices, their mistakes, they live on, shaping what you now face." Alaric's mind spun. What did this mean? Who were these people the figure spoke of? And what mistakes had they made? "You are not ready," the figure said, its voice cold and unyielding. "And yet, you must go on. You have no choice. But understand this, Alaric, time does not forgive. Time does not forget." The figure vanished, dissolving into the mist as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Alaric alone once again. The fog slowly began to dissipate, the valley returning to its eerie stillness. But the feeling of unease, the weight of the creature's words, remained. Alaric stood frozen for a long moment, his heart pounding in his chest. What had he just encountered? And what did it mean? Time was not just a force to be understood, it was something far more complex. It was alive, it was breathing, and it had its own rules, rules that didn't seem to care whether or not he was ready to face them. With a deep breath, Alaric continued forward, the path ahead still unclear. He had come this far, and though he had no answers, he knew he had to keep moving. The citadel lay ahead, and with it, his first true trial. And though the road was fraught with uncertainty, one thing remained certain: the path through time was not a journey for the faint of heart. The valley seemed to stretch on forever, its once uncertain landscape now a labyrinth of shifting shadows and flickering forms. Alaric's steps felt heavier with each passing moment, as if the weight of time itself were pressing down upon him. The words of the strange figure still echoed in his mind, their coldness creeping through him like a chill that wouldn't dissipate. Time does not forgive. Time does not forget. He clenched the hilt of his sword tighter, trying to steady his breath, but there was no calming the storm within him. What was this trial he was being forced to endure? Was it truly meant to teach him something, or was it simply another layer of the impossible puzzle he had found himself entangled in? Everything seemed too vast, too beyond his comprehension. The further he went, the less he understood. The fog had begun to lift, though it lingered in wisps, the remnants of a dream that had long since passed. The landscape ahead was still shifting, but Alaric could make out the jagged peaks of distant mountains, the first true sign that he was making progress, though he wasn't sure if that brought him comfort or more dread. He didn't know if he was heading toward salvation or toward a greater nightmare. All he knew was that the citadel was waiting for him. As the land began to flatten, Alaric found himself standing on the edge of a wide river, its waters dark and slow-moving, winding through the valley like a serpent's coil. The river was beautiful, but there was something ominous about it. The way the water flowed, heavy and deliberate, felt like it was carrying secrets too old to be spoken aloud. He approached the river's edge, staring into its depths, feeling as though the river itself were watching him. Is this where the Valley of Ages ends? He wondered, his gaze fixed on the rippling surface. Could it be the river of time the woman had spoken of? "You've come to the river," a voice suddenly whispered, soft and fleeting, as though the wind itself were speaking. Alaric's heart skipped a beat. This voice was different. It was neither the figure in the valley nor the woman who had given him guidance. It was something else, something far older. The water rippled once more, and from its surface rose a figure. Unlike anything Alaric had seen before, it was a being of the river itself, an entity formed of water and mist, its body flowing like liquid, its face barely discernible within the shifting waves. The figure seemed to shimmer, glowing faintly in the dim light of the valley. "I am the river," the figure said, its voice both distant and intimate. It echoed in Alaric's mind, a voice like the soft murmurs of time itself. "I carry the past, present, and future within me. I am the constant flow, the unyielding passage. You cannot cross me without understanding what you seek." Alaric swallowed, his mouth dry. "I seek the citadel," he said, his voice steady but filled with uncertainty. "I seek the trial." The river figure seemed to consider his words, its form shifting, the water flowing and churning in ways that defied logic. "The citadel is a place of truths, but truth comes with a price," the figure replied. "Do you understand what you are asking for?" Alaric nodded, though the answer felt hollow in his chest. Did he understand? Did he truly grasp the enormity of what lay ahead? The citadel was a place of power, of time's very essence, but at what cost would he learn its secrets? "You seek the trial," the river continued, "but the trial is not what it seems. It is not a choice you will make, but a revelation you will face. The truth of time is far more complex than any path you may walk. And once you see it, you will never be the same." Alaric's breath caught in his throat. A revelation? What could that mean? Was he prepared for such a thing? How could he be? "I have walked many paths, Alaric," the river figure said, its voice softening with the weight of ancient experience. "And I have seen many who have come to this river seeking the same thing you do. But they were not ready. Time does not reveal itself to those who are unprepared." "I am ready," Alaric said, the words spilling from his mouth with more force than he had intended. "I have to be. I have no choice." The river figure's gaze seemed to pierce through him, as though it could see into the very core of his being. The flow of the water stilled for a moment, and Alaric felt a sudden weight in the air, like the world itself was holding its breath. "Very well," the figure said, its voice now barely a whisper. "If you are ready, step into the river. But know this, once you cross, you cannot turn back. The path you are about to walk will not be the same as the one you have come from." Alaric hesitated. The thought of stepping into that dark, flowing water filled him with unease. He wasn't sure if it was the river that frightened him, or the idea that once he crossed, he would be too deep into this journey to return. But the citadel was ahead. And the trial awaited. Without another word, Alaric stepped forward, his boots sinking into the cool, rushing water. The moment his foot touched the river's surface, a shiver ran through him, and the world around him seemed to shift. The water felt alive beneath his feet, pulling at him, as if it were trying to sweep him away. He steadied himself, refusing to be overtaken by fear. The river's surface rippled and parted, creating a path for him to follow. As he walked deeper into the current, the world around him began to blur. The edges of the valley, the trees, and the distant mountains all seemed to dissolve into a haze. The river carried him forward, its current not gentle but purposeful, as though it knew exactly where he needed to go. The figure of the river began to fade, its presence lingering only in the soft hum of the water. The whispers around him grew louder, voices from every corner of the river, fragments of time, of history, of lives long past and futures yet to unfold. Alaric felt as if the river was speaking to him, its currents weaving through his thoughts, connecting him to everything that had ever been and everything that would come. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pull, a shift in the river that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself. His feet were no longer touching solid ground, and the world around him spun wildly, a cascade of visions flooding his mind. Faces he did not recognize. Events he had never witnessed. The crash of worlds colliding. The scream of someone, no, something, far beyond his comprehension. The river had not just carried him forward in space, but in time itself. The world had ceased to exist in its usual form. There was no ground beneath Alaric's feet, no solid path to guide him. The river's current had swallowed him whole, and now he was adrift in a vast, swirling maelstrom of time itself. Visions, no, memories, flooded his mind, each one more disjointed and fragmented than the last. Faces of strangers blurred into one another, their expressions contorted by emotions Alaric could not comprehend. They whispered names in languages that felt foreign, their voices overlapping, as if the very fabric of time were speaking in tongues. He could hear the roar of the river's current, but it seemed to come from all directions, as though it were no longer a physical force but something that resonated deep within him. The sound vibrated in his bones, rattling his thoughts, pulling him further into this labyrinth of memory and time. "Do not be afraid," a voice whispered through the chaos. It was soft, like the rustle of leaves in the wind, yet it carried a weight of understanding. "This is not a place to fear, Alaric. This is a place to learn." The voice was familiar, though he couldn't place it. He searched for it, trying to hold on to it, but it slipped through his grasp like water. The flow of time was relentless, erasing everything in its wake, leaving him with nothing but fleeting moments, wisps of life that vanished before he could understand them. "You have crossed the river," the voice continued, its presence growing stronger. "You have stepped beyond the bounds of the known. Now you must face what lies beyond time." Alaric tried to focus, his thoughts struggling to hold on to any semblance of clarity. The images around him were too overwhelming, each one like a piece of shattered glass. Cutting through his mind, he could see ancient cities, their towering structures falling to ruin. He saw faces of people, some crying, some laughing, but they were all strangers. They were memories that didn't belong to him. He couldn't breathe. The pressure in his chest was suffocating, as if the weight of the visions was crushing him. His heart pounded in his ears, louder than the roar of the river. Was this what the river had meant? Was this the revelation it had spoken of? The knowledge of time's vastness, its incomprehensible scope. You cannot control time, Alaric, the voice spoke again, its tone now more urgent. Time is not something to be wielded. It is a force beyond your understanding. You are only a fleeting moment within it. A speck in the infinite. The images around him shifted, and for a moment, everything stopped. The chaos of time stilled, and Alaric found himself standing in a place of pure silence. The river was gone. The visions had faded. All that remained was a vast, empty space, an endless horizon of nothingness. Do you understand now? The voice asked, its presence all around him. Time is not a path to follow. It is not a journey to be completed. It is a cycle, a never-ending loop. The past, the present, and the future, all exist together, intertwining, shaping one another. Alaric's mind reeled. He wanted to speak, to shout, to ask questions. But the words wouldn't come. The vastness of this revelation, this truth about time, was too overwhelming. He had thought that the citadel held the answers, that it was the key to unlocking the mysteries of time. But now, standing in this strange, empty space, he realized that he had been wrong. The citadel was not the answer. It was only another part of the cycle. You see, Alaric, the voice continued, the citadel is not a place. It is a moment. A moment in time, frozen, waiting for those who are ready to understand. It does not hold the answers you seek. It holds the questions. And you must decide whether you are prepared to face them. Alaric felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He wanted to scream, to lash out, to demand that the voice give him more. But no words came. He was trapped in this endless cycle, bound by the very thing he had come to conquer, time itself. You have been chosen, Alaric, the voice said, and though it was still soft, there was a finality to it now. Not because you are special. Not because you are meant to save the world. But because you are a part of time's eternal loop. And when you stand before the citadel, you will know what it is to confront yourself. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Alaric's chest tightened. He had hoped that crossing the river, that stepping into the unknown, would bring him closer to understanding, to the truth. But instead, he was left with more questions, more uncertainty. For a long moment, he stood there in the vast emptiness, the weight of time pressing down on him from all sides. He wanted to break free of it, to leave this place, to return to the path he had once walked. But he knew, deep down, that there was no going back. He was beyond that now. There was only forward. As he took a tentative step, the space around him shifted once more. The horizon, the empty nothingness, began to fill with shapes, with outlines of figures, places, and events that flickered in and out of existence. They were fragments of time, snapshots of moments that had already passed, moments yet to come. The river had not just carried him forward in space. It had brought him into the heart of time itself. And now, he was a part of it. Alaric moved through the shifting landscape, his heart heavy with the weight of the knowledge he had just been given. The citadel was still ahead, though he could no longer see it clearly. He had crossed the river, and there was no turning back. What lay beyond, what awaited him, was something he could not yet fathom, but one thing was certain: the path he walked now was no longer his own. He was merely a traveler within time, a wanderer lost in its eternal dance, and the citadel awaited him. But it would not give him the answers he sought. Instead, it would show him the questions. The shifting world around Alaric seemed to slow, like the moment just before a storm breaks, when the air holds its breath. He stood in the heart of the river's vast current, unable to tell where the water ended and the air began. Time itself seemed to fold in upon itself, bending and twisting into an endless web that stretched into oblivion. For a brief instant, Alaric felt utterly weightless, adrift in a place where no beginning or end existed, but then, as if the very fabric of reality could no longer sustain the strain of his presence, the world snapped back into focus. The river no longer flowed. It had ceased to exist as a force, a guiding current, and in its place, Alaric stood before a stone archway. The arch was made of ancient granite, worn smooth by centuries of unseen forces. Above it, there was an inscription written in a language Alaric did not recognize, the characters long faded and indistinct. Yet, the message seemed to pulse, as if alive, beckoning him. Beyond the archway, a vast expanse lay before him. The citadel. Its silhouette loomed large against a sky that was neither day nor night, an eternal twilight where time itself had lost its meaning. The structure was impossibly grand, built from stone that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light, as though the building itself was a living thing, breathing with the rhythm of time. Alaric's heart raced in his chest as he stepped toward the arch. Each step felt heavier than the last, as though the air itself resisted his movement. Yet, despite the weight pressing down on him, there was something undeniable about the pull toward the citadel. He knew, in the deepest part of his being, that this was the final moment. The moment he had been moving toward from the very beginning. As he passed through the archway, he was engulfed by a strange, otherworldly silence. The air was thick, heavy with ancient power, and the ground beneath his feet felt as though it were made of pure energy. Every step reverberated in the silence, amplifying the tension that coiled in his chest. The citadel was not like any place Alaric had ever seen. Its halls stretched endlessly, the walls adorned with carvings of intricate, otherworldly symbols. The architecture was both familiar and alien, as though it existed both outside of time and within it. The stone beneath his feet was warm, humming with a quiet, steady energy that seemed to resonate with his very soul. In the distance, Alaric saw a figure standing at the heart of the citadel, a tall, imposing shape, shrouded in the deepest shadows. It was a figure that seemed to shift, flickering between the present and the past, caught in the eternal flow of time. It was as though the figure was both there and not there, a manifestation of time itself. The figure did not move, yet Alaric felt an overwhelming pull toward it. as if it were the very center of everything. His legs carried him forward, his mind whirling with questions, with doubts, with a gnawing hunger for answers. What was this place? What was the figure that waited for him? As he drew closer, the air seemed to thicken, the weight of the citadel pressing in on him from all sides. The figure remained still, its form growing clearer with each step Alaric took. It was tall, with features that were indistinct, as though it were not a person at all, but an embodiment of the citadel itself. Its eyes, if they could be called that, were dark, endless, filled with the infinite knowledge of the universe, the vast tapestry of time itself. You've come. The figure spoke, its voice resonating not from its mouth, but from the very walls of the citadel. The sound was deep, echoing, as if the voice had existed for eons, a part of the very fabric of reality. It was not a voice of flesh and blood, it was something greater, older. Alaric could barely find his voice, but the words came out in a whisper, trembling with the weight of his questions. What is this place? What is the citadel? The figure tilted its head slightly, as though contemplating the question. For a moment, Alaric thought he saw a glimmer of something, maybe amusement, maybe pity, in the figure's empty eyes. This place, the figure began slowly, is the meeting point of all things. It is the threshold of existence, where time converges. Here, the past and future are bound, their fates intertwined. You have crossed the river of time, and now you stand before it. The citadel is not a structure, Alaric. It is a doorway. A doorway? Alaric echoed, confusion and wonder mingling in his chest. A doorway to what? The figure's eyes darkened, the endless depths swirling within them. A doorway to knowledge. To understanding. To the truth of time itself. But what you find on the other side, Alaric, is not something you can return from unchanged. Alaric's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? The figure did not respond immediately. Instead, it stepped aside, gesturing toward the center of the citadel, where a massive, swirling vortex of light and shadow hovered in the air. It was a portal, but not like any Alaric had ever seen. It shimmered with an iridescent glow, its surface constantly shifting, as if it were alive. This is the doorway, the figure said, its voice quiet but filled with an ancient weight. Step through it, and you will see the truth. The truth of time. But know this, what lies beyond is not for the faint of heart. The revelation you seek will change you. It will strip you of the illusion of choice. You will understand the cycle of existence. You will understand your place in it. Alaric felt a cold shiver crawl up his spine. The temptation to step forward was overwhelming. The portal pulsed before him, inviting him into its depths. He had come so far, crossed the river, endured the visions, the whispers, and the trials. He had stood before the heart of time itself, and now, he was on the brink of the ultimate truth, but a question lingered in his mind. One that had been buried beneath the weight of everything he had seen, everything he had learned. Was he ready? He hesitated. For the first time in this endless journey, Alaric felt a pang of fear. What would it mean to step through that doorway? What would he lose? What would he gain? The figure seemed to sense his hesitation, its gaze turning toward him with an inscrutable depth. Time is not forgiving, Alaric. But it is not cruel either. It is simply truth. And truth cannot be avoided. Alaric took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. He had come this far, had crossed the river and walked the path of time. There was no turning back now. The doorway called to him, and he could not ignore its pull. With a final, steadying breath, Alaric stepped forward, crossing the threshold. The moment he entered the vortex, the world around him collapsed into chaos once more, and time itself unraveled in an explosion of light and sound. The moment Alaric stepped through the threshold of the vortex, everything collapsed. The world around him fractured, like glass breaking under a heavy blow, and time, once a linear flow, exploded into 1,000 fractured moments. The once stillness was now a roiling tempest of light and shadow, rushing past him in torrents that carried him faster than he could comprehend. It felt like drowning, yet he could breathe. He could feel everything and nothing at once, as if his very essence were being torn apart and remade. His mind struggled to grasp what was happening. He had been prepared for something, but not for this. The fabric of time, of existence itself, unraveled before his eyes, and every piece of it burned into his consciousness like a brand. He saw moments, lives, and memories he did not recognize. Faces, blurred with age or youth, appeared for an instant, only to vanish into the chaos. Names whispered in tongues he did not understand. Sounds clashed, voices merged, and then, as quickly as it had started, the storm of images and sensations stopped. Alaric stood, still, but not grounded, in a place that was neither here nor there. The air was heavy, like the thickest fog, yet clear enough for him to see. Around him, the endless swirling light had given way to a new realm, a realm that felt both ancient and ever-changing. He stood in an expanse of infinite possibility. His feet were no longer bound to solid ground. He floated in a space that felt like the very heart of time itself. Before him, a figure materialized, not in the same way the being in the citadel had, but more like a shadow cast from the depths of the vortex itself. The figure's shape was indistinct, but its presence was undeniable. It was a being formed not of flesh and blood, but of raw, unfiltered energy. It pulsed with a rhythm that seemed to match the beat of Alaric's own heart, as if it were not a separate entity, but a reflection of something deeper, something inside him. "You've crossed the threshold," the figure spoke, its voice deep and resonant, echoing through the very core of his being. It was not a voice of a person, but the voice of time itself, powerful, ancient, unyielding. "And now, you stand before the truth." Alaric's heart pounded in his chest. He had made it here. He had crossed into this strange realm, and now he was facing the core of all things, time, truth, the essence of existence. Yet, despite everything he had seen, everything he had learned, he could not shake the overwhelming sense of dread that had settled within him. He had asked for this. He had longed for the answers. But now that they were within reach, he wondered if he was truly prepared to understand. What is this place? Alaric's voice came out weak, though he tried to steady it. What is the truth I must face? The figure did not answer immediately. It moved, no, it shifted, through the air. Not walking, but flowing, its form stretching and contracting like liquid being poured into an empty vessel. It was both distant and close, as if it existed in all places at once. "This place is not a place at all," it said finally, its voice reverberating in the air. "It is the meeting of all moments, of all time. What you see around you is the fabric of existence, woven threads, stretching across the vastness of time. Everything that was, is, and will be exists here, tangled together in an eternal dance." Alaric tried to focus on the figure, but it was hard to concentrate in this space where time seemed to have no meaning. His mind was scattered, as if the mere act of thinking was stretching him too thin. "And the truth?" he asked, the question falling from his lips like a desperate plea. The figure's form rippled, and then, without warning, it split. The edges of its being expanded, fracturing into multiple shapes that danced around Alaric. Each shape was a memory, a vision, a moment from his past, his future, and every possibility in between. Faces flashed in and out, voices echoed, and Alaric saw himself, older, younger, in places he had never been, doing things he could never have imagined. "The truth," the figure intoned, "is not a single answer. It is an endless cycle. Time is not linear, Alaric. It does not move from past to future in a straight line. It flows, twists, loops upon itself. And in doing so, it creates endless possibilities, endless realities. Every moment you live branches into another. Every choice you make creates a new reality, a new thread in the weave of time." The figure's form shifted again, and now Alaric was standing before it, face to face, though the figure was not solid, not real in the way that flesh and bone are. It was, and yet, it was not. "You are not bound by time, Alaric. You never have been. But time has shaped you. You have made choices, and those choices have brought you here. But in every moment, there are countless other yous, other versions of yourself, living different lives, taking different paths. They are as real as you are." Alaric's breath caught in his throat. "But how can that be?" he whispered. "How can there be other versions of me?" The figure did not answer right away, but it gestured to the space around them. Alaric saw countless mirrors, each one reflecting a different version of himself. In one, he was older, graying hair and weathered skin, standing in a bustling city he didn't recognize. In another, he was a child again, running through a field of flowers, carefree and innocent. And in yet another, he stood alone, on a desolate shore, staring out at a vast, empty ocean. "They exist because time is not singular," the figure explained. "You are not confined to one version of yourself, Alaric. You are the sum of all moments, all choices, all timelines. You are everything and nothing at once. You exist in every possible iteration of time, and each of those versions of you is as real as this one." Alaric's mind spun. The weight of what the figure was saying threatened to crush him. He had always thought of himself as one person, one soul, bound by a singular thread of time. But now he was being told that he was something much more complex, something that stretched beyond comprehension. "How?" Alaric gasped. "How is it possible?" The figure's form shimmered, then solidified before him. "It is the nature of time itself. Time is not bound by the rules you understand. It is fluid, ever-changing, a vast ocean in which all things are interconnected. You have glimpsed a small piece of it, Alaric. But to truly understand, you must accept that you are not a single thread. You are a weave, an infinite series of choices and moments, each one influencing the next. Time does not simply pass, it exists in every direction, all at once. The figure's eyes, if they could be called eyes, seemed to peer into Alaric's very soul, searching for something, as though it knew what was in his heart. Now, Alaric, you must choose. You can accept this truth and carry it with you. Or you can turn away. But know this, once you see the weave of time, you can never return to your old way of thinking. You will forever be changed by it. Alaric's mind raced, 1,000 thoughts crashing together. He had come so far. He had sought the truth. But now that it was before him, so vast, so incomprehensible, he wasn't sure if he was ready to accept it. But one thing was certain, there was no turning back. He could feel the pull of time itself, the weight of all his choices, all the lives he could have lived, hanging in the air around him. Time was not a path to walk, it was a realm to exist within, and Alaric knew, deep within his soul, that he would never be the same again. Alaric stood on the precipice of eternity, his body and mind trembling with the weight of the choice before him. The figure before him, an embodiment of time itself, seemed to pulse with an energy that radiated through the very air, vibrating in Alaric's bones. The words of the figure echoed in his mind, each one more profound than the last, pressing down on him like an invisible force. Once you see the weave of time, you can never return to your old way of thinking. You will forever be changed by it. Alaric could feel the truth of those words settle deep within him. There was no going back now. Not after everything he had seen, everything he had learned. The weight of his choices hung in the air like a suffocating fog, and yet, despite the fear that coiled in his chest, there was also an undeniable urge to press forward. To understand. To become something more. His heart raced. Every heartbeat seemed to stretch out in the endless void of time, each thrum a reminder of the enormity of his decision. He had asked for answers. He had sought the truth, even knowing that it might break him. And now, standing here before the very fabric of existence itself, Alaric had to decide whether he was ready to face it. The figure shifted before him, its form flickering, as though it were made of shadows and light, constantly shifting between states of being. It was neither solid nor ethereal, and yet it was undeniably real. It was a representation of the truth, of time itself, and Alaric knew in that moment that he could not walk away. "Make your choice," the figure intoned, its voice resonating through Alaric's very soul. "The weave of time will not wait for you. It is eternal, but it is not patient. You can embrace it, or you can turn away. But know this, the truth you seek will change you forever." Alaric's throat went dry. He wanted to ask more questions, wanted to know what lay beyond this moment. But he knew that there would be no more answers until he made his choice. The uncertainty that had plagued him for so long, the feeling that something was missing, that something had been out of place, had led him here. This was the moment where all paths converged, where the truth he had so desperately sought would finally be revealed. He closed his eyes for a moment, breathing deeply, and in that instant, he felt the weight of every decision he had ever made. Every choice, no matter how small, had led him here, to this place where time itself stretched out before him like an uncharted ocean. There was no escaping the knowledge that lay before him, no ignoring the consequences of what was to come. The figure's voice broke through his thoughts, steady and unyielding. Time is not kind, Alaric. It is not here to offer comfort. It is here to show you the truth. And that truth is not always what you expect. The path you walk, the choices you make, will ripple through time in ways you cannot begin to understand. But once you understand, once you see the threads of fate, there is no turning back. Alaric opened his eyes, his gaze locking onto the swirling vortex before him. The portal was no longer a simple doorway, it was an entire universe contained within a single point. It pulsed with an energy that was almost tangible, as if he could reach out and touch the very essence of time itself. The pull was irresistible. The temptation to step forward, to embrace the truth, burned within him like a fire. He had come this far. He had crossed rivers, faced visions, and endured trials that had tested every part of his being. He had sought the truth because he believed that by understanding time, by understanding himself, he could unlock the secrets of existence. But now, standing before the portal, he realized something he had not fully grasped before. The truth was not something to be unlocked. It was something to be lived. To be embraced, for better or worse. With a final breath, Alaric took a step forward, crossing the threshold of the portal. The moment his foot touched the air beyond, the world around him shattered again, and everything was pulled into a single point, an instant that stretched and compressed, folding in on itself. The energy around him surged, and for a heartbeat, it felt as though the very fabric of reality itself had unraveled. He was no longer standing on solid ground, but was instead floating, suspended in a space where the rules of time and existence no longer applied. For a moment, Alaric could see it all, the entire tapestry of existence, woven from countless threads that stretched out in every direction. Time was not a straight line, but a vast, intricate web of possibilities. He saw his own life, but it was not just one life, it was a series of lives, all connected, all overlapping. There were versions of him that had made different choices, versions that had walked down other paths, some of which were filled with joy and others with sorrow. And all of them, together, formed a single, eternal pattern. He felt himself being pulled into the web, each thread vibrating with energy, with possibility. The weight of all that he had seen, all that he had learned, pressed in on him from all sides. It was beautiful, terrifying, and overwhelming all at once, but then, as quickly as it had begun, everything snapped back into focus. Alaric found himself standing once more, though this time, the world around him was different. He was no longer in the realm he had just crossed into, he was back in the citadel, standing before the figure that had guided him to this moment. But now, the figure was different, more solid, more real. It was as if the very essence of time had crystallized before him. "Welcome back," the figure said, its voice no longer distant, but intimate, as though it had been with him all along. "You have seen the weave. You have felt the pulse of time itself. And now, you understand." Alaric's heart was still pounding in his chest, but there was a strange peace within him now. The truth, the infinite complexity of time, had been revealed to him, and though it was more than he could ever have hoped to fully comprehend, he knew that it was his to carry. You are part of it, the figure continued. The choices you make will reverberate through time. They always have. They always will. But now, you are no longer a stranger to it. You are a part of the pattern. Alaric stood there, silent, absorbing the weight of the words. He had come to the citadel seeking answers, but what he had found was something far greater. He had found himself. And though the path ahead was uncertain, he now knew that he would walk it with the knowledge of time's eternal flow, and with that knowledge, he would shape his destiny. Alaric stood at the threshold of a new understanding, yet the weight of what he had just experienced still clung to him like a second skin. The figure before him, once a mere shadow, now seemed to pulse with an even greater intensity, its presence both an invitation and a warning. It was as though the very essence of time itself had been laid bare before him, yet he still could not fully grasp the enormity of what he had learned. You have crossed the line, the figure spoke, its voice no longer distant, but intimate, almost familiar. And now, the consequences of your choices will ripple through time. You will shape the future, but the past has already shaped you. Alaric's mind raced. The truth, the overwhelming truth, was settling like a heavy stone in his chest. Every choice, every moment, was interconnected, each one leading to the next, and yet he was now more aware than ever that time was both a force and a canvas, one that he had the power to shape, but which also shaped him in return. You have seen the threads, the figure continued, its voice steady, yet laden with the weight of infinite knowledge. Now, you must decide what you will do with them. Will you weave a new path, or will you unravel what has been? Alaric felt the words reverberate through him. The enormity of the question gnawing at him like a slow burn. He had already stepped into the weave of time, had already embraced its complexity. But now, standing before the embodiment of that very force, he realized that the responsibility of understanding time was not merely to witness its flow, it was to take an active role in shaping it. 1,000 questions swirled in his mind, and yet there was only one that seemed to echo louder than the rest. What now? The figure seemed to sense his thoughts. What you choose will not only affect your own path, Alaric. It will ripple through time, influencing countless others. Every action you take will create new branches, new realities. The consequences will be felt by all, and the future will not be what you imagine it to be. Alaric's gaze wandered, almost instinctively, to the many mirrors surrounding him, each one reflecting a different version of himself. In one, he was a wise and powerful ruler, leading a kingdom that had flourished under his guidance. In another, he was a humble scholar, living a quiet life, surrounded by books and knowledge. Yet another mirror showed him as a wanderer, lost in a desolate land, searching for something he could never find. The sheer diversity of the paths before him struck him like a blow. He could see so many versions of himself, each one existing in a different timeline. Each one shaped by a different set of choices. The weight of those possibilities, those infinite threads, threatened to crush him. He had asked for this. He had sought the truth of time, eager to understand the forces that shaped the world and his place within it. But now, as he stood before the reality of it, he realized that he was no longer in control. Time was not something to be understood in simple terms. It was a vast, uncharted wilderness, and Alaric was no longer just an observer. He was a participant in the grand tapestry, one of many threads that would weave the future. how can I choose? Alaric's voice came out raw, filled with uncertainty. How can I possibly know what path to take? The figure's form shifted, as though it were considering his question. Then, it spoke, its voice soft but filled with a quiet power. The weave of time is not a matter of knowing all the answers. It is about making choices, decisions that align with your essence, your heart. Time does not demand perfection, Alaric. It demands presence. It asks that you live fully in each moment, aware of the consequences, yes, but unafraid to make the choices that feel true to you. Alaric's chest tightened as he absorbed the figure's words. He had always been a man of action, of decisions made in the heat of the moment. But now, faced with the weight of time itself, he understood that his choices were not just about what he could achieve, they were about who he would become. How do I know which choice is true? Alaric asked, his voice barely a whisper. How do I know which path to follow? The figure seemed to grow even more present, its form solidifying as it approached him. The air around them crackled with energy, and Alaric felt as though every fiber of his being was attuned to the presence of the figure. You do not know in the way you expect, the figure answered. You choose, and you trust. Trust in yourself. Trust in the truth that you carry within you. Time will not wait for you to have all the answers, but it will always offer you the opportunity to choose. The key is not to seek certainty, but to embrace uncertainty with courage. Alaric nodded slowly, though the weight of the decision still pressed heavily on him. He had crossed into the realm of time, had seen its vastness and complexity. And now, it was up to him to take what he had learned and apply it to the world he had left behind. But even as the figure spoke of courage and trust, Alaric could not ignore the underlying truth: his choices would matter. The very fabric of existence would be affected by what he did next. The consequences of his actions would ripple through the timelines, shaping not only his destiny but the destinies of countless others. I am not ready, Alaric said, his voice thick with emotion. I don't know if I can carry this weight. The figure's form softened. Its presence no longer overwhelming but gentle, like a guiding hand. You will never be ready, Alaric. No one ever is. But that is what makes the journey worthwhile. It is not the certainty of the path, but the courage to walk it, even when you do not know where it leads. With those final words, the figure began to fade, its form dissolving into the air like smoke. Alaric felt a strange sense of peace wash over him, even as the enormity of what lay ahead continued to loom over him. He could feel the threads of time, the weave, surrounding him, pulling him forward. There was no going back. The choice had already been made. And now, Alaric had to walk forward, into the unknown. Armed with nothing but the knowledge that he was part of something much greater than himself, Alaric stood in the center of the citadel, his mind reeling from the weight of his decision. The figure of time had faded into the ether, leaving only the haunting silence of the vast chamber. The knowledge of time, of its weave, was now a part of him, a presence that would never leave. He felt the echoes of its power reverberating through his every thought, every pulse of his heart. It was as if time itself had become an extension of his soul, a companion he could not escape, even if he wanted to. He had chosen. He had crossed into the weave, seen its infinite complexity, and now, he was tasked with living the consequences. The truth of time wasn't something that could be simply understood, it was something that had to be experienced, borne out in each moment. And the first step in that experience was understanding that the path ahead was uncertain, a labyrinth of choices and consequences that no one could predict. Alaric took a deep breath, steadying himself. The citadel was quiet now, but he knew that the world outside was not. His choices, no matter how small, would send ripples through the timelines, shaping events and destinies in ways he could not yet fathom. Every step he took from this moment on would affect the flow of time, for better or worse. And yet, the weight of it all didn't crush him. It filled him with a strange, invigorating sense of purpose. He turned away from the empty chamber and walked toward the massive archway that led to the world beyond. As he stepped through the door, he felt the air change. The world had always felt familiar to him, his world, with its cities, its kingdoms, and its people, but now, it felt different. More real, more alive. It was as if he could feel the pulse of life itself, each heartbeat echoing through the vast network of time. The path ahead was unclear. He did not know where his journey would lead, only that it had already begun. And in this moment, Alaric realized that this was the true meaning of the weave, not knowing the destination, but understanding that each choice would take him one step closer to it. He moved through the bustling streets of the city, the faces of the people blurring by him like fragments of a dream. They were unaware of the truth he carried, of the vastness of time that stretched beyond their comprehension. And yet, in some ways, they were just as much a part of the weave as he was. Every person, every moment, every action was connected by an invisible thread, each one contributing to the grand pattern that had been laid before him. But as Alaric walked, something began to gnaw at him. The weight of his knowledge was both a gift and a curse. He could feel the choices around him, the potential paths each person could take. And with every step, he was acutely aware of the countless possibilities that stretched out before him, each one leading to a different future. He passed a child, playing in the street, laughing as the sun shone down on her. The sight of her joy, so innocent and pure, filled him with a strange longing. What path would she walk? He wondered. Would she grow up to be a great leader? A healer? Or would she be lost to time, forgotten like so many others? The thought was both troubling and enlightening. It was as if he could see the threads of fate stretching out before her, each one waiting to be woven into the fabric of her life. But Alaric could not dwell on the lives of others. His path was his own, and it was time for him to begin forging it. The citadel had shown him the infinite possibilities that time offered, but now, he had to make his choice. His decisions would not just affect him, they would ripple out, shaping the lives of those around him, perhaps even the fate of entire civilizations. He could feel the weight of it, the responsibility that now rested on his shoulders. He needed guidance. But the figure that had shown him the weave of time was gone, vanished into the ether. He was alone with his knowledge, and though the truth had been revealed to him, it was not the kind of truth that offered comfort. It was the truth of a world in constant motion, a world that would never stop changing. No matter how hard one tried to control it, Alaric made his way toward the heart of the city, where the ruling council had gathered. They would need to know what he had learned. They would need to understand that the flow of time was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced, even if it meant relinquishing control. the grand hall loomed before him, its towering stone walls stretching toward the sky. Inside, the council sat in their usual places, each one a pillar of authority in the kingdom. But as Alaric entered, they fell silent, sensing the shift in the air, the change in him. The knowledge he carried was no longer something that could be ignored. He was not the same man who had entered the citadel. He was something more. "You've returned," one of the council members, Lady Arwen, said. Her voice was soft, but there was a sharpness to it, a note of curiosity that cut through the silence. Alaric nodded, his eyes meeting hers. He could see the questions in her gaze, the uncertainty, the disbelief. They would not understand. Not yet. He would have to show them, not with words, but with actions. "I have seen it," he said, his voice steady, though his heart pounded in his chest. "I have seen the weave of time, the endless threads that connect us all. And I have learned that we are not as separate as we think. Every choice, every action, creates a ripple that extends far beyond us. The future is not something to be controlled, but something to be lived." The council shifted, murmurs of disbelief rising from the gathered members. Lady Arwen looked at him with a mixture of suspicion and awe. "What does this mean, Alaric?" she asked. "What are you suggesting?" He took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the faces of the council. He could feel the weight of their expectations, their doubts, but he knew that his path could not be guided by their approval. He had seen the truth, and now it was time to act on it. "I suggest," Alaric said, his voice unwavering, "that we stop trying to control time. We stop trying to bend it to our will. Time cannot be ruled. It can only be understood. And once we do, we will learn how to live with it." Lady Arwen studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, she nodded slowly, as if weighing his words. "The consequences of your choices will be felt, Alaric," she said. "Time is not something we can ignore, but it is also not something we can tame. You may have seen the weave, but do you truly understand its cost?" Alaric met her gaze without flinching. He didn't have all the answers. He didn't know what the future would hold. But he knew this: his understanding of time had changed him. And though the path ahead was uncertain, it was one he was ready to walk. "I understand," he said simply. "And I will face the consequences, whatever they may be." Alaric left the council hall, the weight of his words lingering in the air like the fading echoes of a distant storm. He could sense the skepticism in their eyes, the doubt that still clouded their judgment. But there was nothing he could do to change that now. He had spoken the truth as he understood it. Whether they accepted it or not was up to them. The streets of the city felt different, somehow. It was as if the world itself was aware of the shift, the presence of time unfolding around him. The very air seemed charged with a quiet hum, as though the threads of existence were waiting for him to make his move. Each step he took felt like a choice, a point of intersection between the past and the future. The power of time, once a distant concept, was now a living, breathing force that surrounded him, pressed in on him. Alaric found himself wandering the city, his mind racing with the possibilities. He had spoken of the weave of time to the council, but he knew that mere words could never convey the true scope of what he had seen. He could feel the weight of every decision, the pressure of every moment that stretched before him. He could see the potential for greatness and the danger of destruction, all woven together in a delicate balance that was far more fragile than anyone realized. His footsteps carried him to the edge of the city, where the Great Wall overlooked the valley below. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the land, painting everything in hues of gold and amber. Alaric stood at the edge, looking out over the vast expanse of the world. He could feel the pulse of life in every direction, the heartbeat of the land beneath his feet, but even as he marveled at the beauty of the world, there was an undeniable weight in his chest. Time, once a simple concept to him, now felt like an immense burden. The knowledge he carried, the understanding of the weave, was not a gift, it was a responsibility. And with that responsibility came the understanding that his choices, no matter how small, would reverberate through the threads of existence. Alaric closed his eyes. Feeling the wind against his face, the cool breeze that whispered through the trees. In that moment, he allowed himself to simply be. The chaos of his thoughts, the pressure of the choices ahead, faded into the background. For a fleeting moment, time itself seemed to stand still, but even in that stillness, he could not escape the weight of the future. Alaric, the voice came from behind him, sharp and urgent. He turned to see Lady Arwen standing at the top of the stairs that led to the city gates. She was alone, her face a mask of resolve. Alaric could see the conflict in her eyes, the struggle between duty and doubt. "You left the council without a word," she said, her voice steady despite the tension that hung between them. "You know that your words have unsettled them. They don't understand what you spoke of. They don't understand what you're suggesting." Alaric nodded slowly, turning back to face the horizon. He had expected this. Lady Arwen had always been a voice of reason in the council, a stabilizing force. But now, her role was more complicated. She had seen something in him, something that was different from the man she had known. And it scared her. "I know," he said quietly. "But I cannot wait for them to understand. I cannot wait for the world to be ready. Time is not something we can control. We must learn to live with it, to shape it, not through power or force, but through presence. Through choice." Lady Arwen descended the stairs, her footsteps measured but deliberate. She stopped just a few feet away from him, her gaze unwavering. There was something in her eyes now, something that resembled fear, but not for the reasons he might have expected. She was afraid for him. "And what will you do now?" she asked. "You cannot simply go on, Alaric. The council will not ignore this. They will want answers. The people will want answers. What happens if they reject you? If they turn against you?" Alaric turned his gaze back to her, his eyes meeting hers with a newfound clarity. "I don't have all the answers," he said, his voice firm. "I can't control what happens, Lady Arwen. But I can choose to act in a way that is true to what I've seen. The future will unfold, and it will do so regardless of my actions. But I can shape it, piece by piece, by making decisions that are rooted in the truth of time. I cannot wait for the world to change. I must change with it." Lady Arwen's face softened, though the doubt in her eyes lingered. "You are asking for more than just understanding, Alaric. You are asking for trust. And trust is a rare thing among those who govern. The people," she paused, searching for the right words. The people follow because they believe in something stable, something they can rely on. You are asking them to trust in something they cannot see. And that is a dangerous thing. Alaric took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her words settle within him. He knew that what he was asking for was more than trust, it was a leap of faith. But he also knew that the time for small steps had passed. The world was changing, and with it, the rules of the game. If he was to lead, if he was to make the decisions that would shape the future, then he had to start somewhere. And that somewhere was now. I don't expect them to understand, he said finally. I don't expect anyone to follow me just because I have seen the weave. But I will show them the truth. I will lead by example. And in time, they will see. They will see that the only way forward is not to fight against time, but to learn to live with it. Lady Arwen studied him for a long moment, the silence between them stretching as the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon. The night was falling, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Finally, she spoke again, her voice quiet but resolute. Then I will stand with you, she said. But know this, Alaric, the road you walk is not one of certainty. There will be consequences. And not all of them will be kind. Alaric nodded. He had known that. But it didn't matter. The path ahead might be unclear, but it was the only one he could take. Thank you, he said softly, the weight of her words grounding him, even as the uncertainty of the future loomed before him. And so, as the night fell over the land, Alaric took the first step into the unknown, knowing that time, in all its vast complexity, was his to shape. And with it, the world. The days that followed were a blur of urgency and quiet reflection. The weight of Alaric's new understanding of time hung over him like a shadow, shaping everything he did. The path ahead seemed clearer, yet more uncertain at the same time. He had made his choice, spoken his truth, but the world around him was not ready to accept it. Lady Arwen had promised to stand by him, but even she seemed to carry the burden of their shared decision. They both knew that the world was on the brink of something, though neither of them could say exactly what. And in the quiet moments, when they were alone, Alaric could feel the unspoken questions between them. What happens next? What will the future bring? The city, too, felt different. It was as though the very air had changed, holding its breath in anticipation of the storm that was bound to come. The people went about their business, unaware of the subtle shifts happening in the world around them. But Alaric could feel it, the quiet tension, the uncertainty. Time was no longer just a background hum, it was now an active force, pushing and pulling, shaping the world in ways he could barely comprehend. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Alaric found himself standing at the edge of the city once again, looking out over the valley. The land before him stretched endlessly, rolling hills and forests that seemed to pulse with life. It was beautiful, yes, but there was something in the air, something he couldn't name. His thoughts were interrupted by the familiar sound of footsteps behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. You've been distant lately, Lady Arwen said, her voice soft but carrying an undercurrent of concern. Alaric turned to face her, his gaze meeting hers. She had changed in the days since their conversation. Her usual calm demeanor had been replaced by a quiet resolve, but there was still a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. I've been thinking. Alaric said, his voice steady. About what I saw. About what it all means. Lady Arwen nodded slowly, crossing her arms as she leaned against the stone wall beside him. And what does it mean to you? She asked, her tone gentle but probing. Alaric glanced out over the valley again, his eyes tracing the winding river that snaked through the landscape. It means that everything we know is fragile, he said, his voice almost a whisper. That every decision, no matter how small, creates ripples through time. It's not just about the future, it's about the present. About how we choose to live in this moment. Lady Arwen watched him closely, her expression unreadable. And do you think the people will understand that? The council. The common folk. Alaric exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of her question. I don't know, he admitted. But I have to try. I have to show them that we are part of something much bigger than ourselves. That time is not something to be controlled, it's something to be embraced, to be understood. She was silent for a moment, her gaze shifting to the horizon. And what if they don't accept it? She asked quietly. What if they resist? What if they fight against what you've learned? Alaric's heart tightened at the thought. Then we fight with them, Lady Arwen, he said, his voice firm. We don't control them. We don't force them to accept the truth. But we stand with them. We guide them through it. If they'll let us. And if they don't, then we walk our path alone. A long silence stretched between them, the weight of the moment pressing in on both of them. The world seemed to pause, as if it, too, was waiting for something. And then, finally, Lady Arwen spoke again. I stand with you, she said simply, her voice steady. But know this, Alaric, the road ahead will not be easy. There will be those who seek to stop you, to destroy what you've learned. And there will be times when you will question everything. But if you truly believe in what you've seen, then I will follow you. Whatever it takes. Alaric turned to her, meeting her gaze with a mixture of gratitude and determination. Thank you, he said softly. I couldn't do this without you. The two of them stood there in the fading light, the silence between them filled with unspoken understanding. The world was changing, and they were at the center of it. Whether they were ready for what lay ahead, only time would tell, but Alaric knew one thing for certain: no matter what came next, he could no longer live in the shadows of the past. He had seen the weave of time, and now he was a part of it. The future was not a distant concept, it was a force that was already at work, shaping the world around him. And he would be the one to guide it, for better or worse. As the last light of day faded, a sense of finality settled over Alaric. The moment to act had arrived. There was no turning back now. The city had never felt more alive, nor more fragile. The people went about their daily lives, unaware of the subtle threads of fate that were being pulled beneath the surface. They could not see what Alaric had seen, nor could they feel the way time itself seemed to shift around them. But Alaric knew. He felt it every moment, like the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, urging him to act. Lady Arwen had remained by his side, unwavering in her support. But even she, despite her resolve, could not shake the unease that had taken root in her heart. They both knew that the time to act was fast approaching. The council had grown restless. And the people, though outwardly calm, were beginning to whisper. Alaric had told the truth, but truth, in times like these, was often a dangerous thing. The council had summoned him once again. The atmosphere in the grand hall was heavy with tension as Alaric entered, his mind still racing with the knowledge he carried. He could feel the eyes of the council upon him, each gaze a mixture of suspicion, curiosity, and doubt. They were waiting for him to explain himself, to justify the things he had said. But he knew there were no words that could truly convey the enormity of what he had seen. Time, in all its vastness, was not something that could be easily understood through logic or reason. "Alaric," Counselor Thorne said, his voice cold but measured. "You've made quite a stir in the city with your claims. Claims that have unsettled many of us. We demand a clear explanation. What is it that you've learned? What is it that you're asking us to accept?" Alaric stood tall, his eyes steady. "I am asking you to accept that time is not a linear force," he began, his voice calm but filled with conviction. "It is not a river that flows in one direction. Time is a tapestry, a weave of countless threads, each one representing a moment, a choice. And every action, no matter how small, sends ripples through the fabric of time." There were murmurs among the council members, their faces a mixture of skepticism and disbelief. But Alaric pressed on. "I've seen it," he continued, his voice gaining strength. "I've seen how the past and the future are not separate, but interwoven. We are not prisoners of time. We are its architects. Our choices shape the future, even in ways we cannot yet comprehend." Lady Arwen, standing at the back of the room, watched him with a mixture of pride and concern. She knew that Alaric was no longer the man he had once been. The weight of his knowledge had changed him, had made him more than just a scholar or a leader. He was now a part of something greater, something vast and incomprehensible. And yet, despite the enormity of it all, he stood before them, steadfast and resolute. Counselor Thorne leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "And what do you propose we do with this knowledge, Alaric?" he asked, his voice laced with suspicion. "You speak of time as if it is something to be manipulated, controlled. What is your plan? Do you intend to change the course of history itself?" Alaric's heart beat faster, but his expression remained calm. "I do not seek to control time," he replied. "I seek to understand it. To live in harmony with it, to shape it through our choices, not by force or manipulation, but through awareness." Through presence. There was a long silence as the council members exchanged glances. Some were skeptical, others were fearful. It was clear that Alaric's words had struck a nerve. But even in the face of their doubt, Alaric stood his ground. He knew the path ahead would not be easy. He would have to fight for this truth, to convince them all that what he had seen was not madness, but the reality of their world. "And if we refuse to accept your vision?" Counselor Thorne asked, his tone growing colder. "What then? What happens if we reject the very core of what you're suggesting?" Alaric met his gaze, unflinching. "Then you will be left behind," he said, his voice unwavering. "The world will continue to move forward, with or without your understanding. But those who choose to stand with me, those who choose to embrace the truth of time, will have the power to shape the future. We will not be controlled by it. We will live in harmony with it." The room fell into an uneasy silence. Alaric could feel the weight of their judgment, the scrutiny of every eye upon him. He knew that what he was asking was monumental, that the very foundation of their society was being questioned. But he also knew that it was the only way forward. Time, as he had seen it, was not something that could be ignored or manipulated. It was a force that demanded respect. "I will not force you to accept this," Alaric said finally, his voice quiet but resolute. "But I will continue to speak the truth. And if you choose to fight against it, then I will stand alone. But I will not be silenced." Counselor Thorne studied him for a long moment, his gaze hard. "You are a dangerous man, Alaric," he said, his voice low. "And you will find that not everyone will follow you." Alaric nodded, a sense of finality settling over him. "I do not need everyone to follow me," he said softly. "I only need those who are willing to see the truth. And together, we will change the world." As he turned to leave the council hall, the weight of the moment hung heavy in the air. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and opposition. But Alaric knew one thing for certain: there was no turning back now. The truth had been spoken. And the future, for better or worse, would be shaped by it. The days that followed the council meeting were filled with unrest. Alaric could feel the undercurrent of tension in the streets as whispers spread like wildfire. His words had unsettled the council, yes, but they had also shaken the very foundation of the city. The people were beginning to question everything they had once taken for granted. Time, as Alaric had revealed it, was no longer a simple flow from past to future. It was something far more complicated, far more dangerous. Alaric walked through the city streets, his mind heavy with the knowledge of what he had started. The air was thick with anticipation, as though the very world was holding its breath. The once sturdy walls of the city now seemed fragile. The stones of the great buildings no longer as solid as they had once been. The city itself, like its people, was changing. And with that change came uncertainty. Lady Arwen had remained at his side, her presence a quiet anchor in the storm. She had seen the turmoil in the council chambers, had heard the doubts in their voices, and yet she still stood with him. Her unwavering belief in him was a balm to his spirit, even as the weight of the world pressed down upon him. "Alaric," Lady Arwen said, her voice breaking through the silence of his thoughts. "There are rumors spreading. The people are frightened. Some say you are a prophet, others that you are mad. Some even whisper that you are dangerous. That your knowledge could destroy everything." Alaric nodded slowly, taking in her words. He had known that this would happen. The truth, especially one as vast and incomprehensible as the nature of time itself, was always met with fear. People preferred certainty, the comfort of the known. What he had shown them was a world that was anything but certain. A world in which their choices mattered, in which time itself could be shaped, not by destiny, but by free will. And that was something they were not ready to accept. "I knew this would come," Alaric said softly, his voice distant. "People fear what they do not understand. They will cling to the old ways, to the familiar paths. But the world is changing, Lady Arwen. Whether they accept it or not, the threads of time are being pulled in new directions. And we are at the center of it." Lady Arwen's eyes softened as she looked at him. "But we cannot change the world overnight, Alaric. It will take time. The people must come to understand what you are saying. And not just through words, but through action. They need to see that this new path will not destroy them, but build something greater. Alaric glanced out over the city, his gaze sweeping across the buildings, the people, the vast expanse of land that stretched beyond the walls. The weight of her words settled heavily in his chest. She was right, of course. But how could he show them? How could he make them see what he had seen, feel what he had felt, when the very fabric of their lives was built on a lie? I will show them, Alaric said quietly, more to himself than to her. I will show them the weave. I will show them how every choice, no matter how small, ripples through time. And through that, they will see the truth. Lady Arwen nodded, her expression one of quiet understanding. And what of the council? What of the others who oppose you? Alaric's jaw tightened at the mention of the council. Councillor Thorne, in particular, had made no attempt to hide his disdain for Alaric's views. He had dismissed him as a fool, a dangerous visionary whose ideas would lead to ruin. But Alaric knew that Thorne's opposition was not born out of ignorance, it was born out of fear. Fear of losing control. Fear of a world that could no longer be controlled. The council will follow or they will fall behind, Alaric said, his voice firm. But I cannot worry about them now. There is too much at stake. The future is being shaped, whether we are ready or not. Just as he spoke, a figure approached them from the shadows, a young man, cloaked in a dark hood, his steps quick but measured. He stopped before them, his eyes scanning the streets as if making sure no one was watching. His face was familiar, though Alaric had not seen him in years. Elias, Alaric said, his voice tinged with surprise. What brings you here? Elias, a former student of Alaric's, was a quiet but passionate young man. He had always been one of the few who understood the depth of Alaric's teachings, but the sudden appearance of this figure in these troubled times was unexpected. I heard what you said, Master, Elias replied, his voice low but urgent. I need your help. The city is restless, and not just the people. There are those who seek to use your words for their own gain. There are whispers of rebellion, of factions forming around your teachings. Some believe you are a threat to the very foundation of the city. And others see your knowledge as a weapon to be wielded. Alaric's heart sank at the young man's words. He had known that the fear of the unknown could breed violence, but to hear that factions were already forming, that people were seeking to use his knowledge for their own ends, was a sobering thought. I never intended for any of this, Alaric said, his voice strained. I wanted only to show them the truth. To make them see that they have the power to shape the future. Elias shook his head. I know that, Master. But the truth is dangerous. And when people feel threatened, they act. There are those in the city who see you as a hero, but there are also those who see you as a threat to everything they hold dear. You need to be careful. The time is not yet right to lead a revolution. Even if your cause is just, Alaric felt the weight of his words. He had hoped that the people would accept his vision, that they would see the potential for change. But now, with the threat of violence looming, he realized how fragile his position truly was. I will be careful, he said, his voice steady despite the storm brewing inside him. But I will not retreat. The future is too important to let fear decide its course. Elias nodded, though there was a wariness in his eyes. "I will stand with you, Master. But we must be ready for what comes next." Alaric turned back to Lady Arwen, meeting her eyes. There was no turning back now. The forces he had set in motion were beyond his control. And the future, for all its uncertainty, was no longer something to be feared, it was something to be embraced. "Then we move forward," Alaric said, his voice firm. Together, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the city, Alaric could feel the weight of time pressing upon him. The threads of fate were being woven, and every choice he made would shape the future. The world would either rise with him or fall against him, but he could not wait any longer. The time for waiting was over. The winds of change were blowing fiercely through the city. In the days since Alaric had spoken the truth, there had been no peace. Factions had formed in the shadows, those who saw him as a visionary and those who feared the very foundation of their lives crumbling beneath the weight of his words. The air was thick with whispers, and the city that had once felt like home now felt like a powder keg, its fuse slowly burning down. Lady Arwen remained by Alaric's side, unwavering, but even she could not ignore the growing tension. She could see it in the eyes of the people they passed, some hopeful, some fearful, and some filled with a cold, almost dangerous resolve. The city was on the brink of something, and Alaric knew that it was not just the physical world that was at risk, but the very fabric of time itself. Everywhere they went, they were met with scrutiny. The streets had become a battleground of ideas, the tension in the air palpable. Alaric couldn't help but feel that the time to act was now. The council had rejected him, but they had not silenced him. And now, his words were sparking fires in the hearts of the people. As he walked through the market square with Lady Arwen, a man approached them, a tall figure, cloaked in dark robes, his face obscured by a hood. His presence was unsettling, as though he carried with him a hidden weight. The man stopped before them, and Alaric immediately sensed that he was no ordinary citizen. "You are Alaric," the man said, his voice low but sharp, carrying an edge of authority. "The one who speaks of the weave of time. I have been sent by those who wish to discuss your vision." Alaric studied the man, trying to read his intentions. There was something in his demeanor, something that suggested he was not here by chance. "Who sent you?" Alaric asked, his voice steady but cautious. The man's lips curled into a faint smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "There are those in the city who understand the significance of what you've revealed," he said cryptically. "We have been watching you, Alaric. And we believe that your knowledge can be useful. But first, we must ensure that your vision aligns with ours." Lady Arwen took a step forward, her eyes narrowing as she assessed the stranger. "And what is it you want?" she asked, her tone sharp. The man looked at her, his gaze briefly flicking to Alaric before returning to Lady Arwen. "We are not your enemies," he said, though there was an unmistakable edge to his words. "We seek a partnership. A way to ensure that your knowledge does not fall into the wrong hands. There are those who would use your words to bring chaos, to undo everything that has been built. We want to ensure that time is shaped in a way that benefits all." Alaric's mind raced as he processed the man's words. This was no ordinary offer. It was clear that the stranger, and perhaps the group he represented, had been following his movements closely. They were not interested in the truth for its own sake, They were interested in using it to control the future. I do not seek to control time, Alaric said, his voice firm. I seek only to understand it. And I will not allow anyone to use my knowledge to manipulate the world for their own gain. The man's smile faded, replaced by a cold calculation. You misunderstand, he said, his voice now carrying a subtle threat. We do not wish to control time. We wish to ensure that it is not abused. There are forces in the world, forces that would destroy everything if given the chance. You may think that you are in control, but the truth is that the future is already being shaped by those who move in the shadows. Those who do not seek understanding, but power. Alaric felt a chill run through him. He had known that there would be those who would seek to use his knowledge for their own ends. But hearing it spoken so plainly made the danger all too real. He looked at Lady Arwen, who had remained silent, her gaze steady as she watched the man closely. I will not be a pawn, Alaric said, his voice low but resolute. And neither will the people. I will not let fear dictate the future. The man's eyes hardened, but he did not back down. You have already started a movement, Alaric. You have already set in motion the forces that will change everything. But the question is, what kind of change will it be? You speak of shaping the future, but you cannot do it alone. You cannot stand against the forces that already control time. I will not bow to those forces, Alaric said, his voice growing stronger. I will fight for the truth, no matter the cost. The stranger studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. Very well, he said, his voice soft but laden with warning. You will have your chance. But know this, there are others who will fight you, who will try to stop you from bringing about the future you envision. The path ahead will not be easy. And you may find that time, in all its power, is not as malleable as you think. With that, the man turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd as quickly as he had appeared. Alaric stood there for a moment, his mind reeling with the implications of the encounter. He had known that his path would not be easy. But this was something different. Whoever these people were, they were not to be underestimated. What now? Lady Arwen asked, her voice steady but filled with concern. The city is already on edge. This only adds to the pressure. The people are looking to you for guidance, but the forces that oppose you are not going to stop. Alaric took a deep breath, his mind already racing with possibilities. Then we prepare, he said, his voice determined. We show them that time is not something to be controlled. It is something to be understood. And if they want to fight, then we will show them what happens when the threads of time are pulled in the wrong direction. Lady Arwen nodded, her gaze filled with quiet resolve. Then we move forward, she said softly. We cannot let fear rule us. We stand with the truth, no matter what. Alaric turned to face the horizon, the weight of what lay ahead pressing heavily upon him. The forces of the world were gathering, but so too were those who believed in his vision. Time was no longer something that simply flowed forward, it was something that could be shaped, and the battle for its future had only just begun. The city had changed overnight. What had once been a bustling metropolis, alive with the laughter of children, the calls of merchants, and the rhythmic hum of daily life, now felt like a place on the edge of collapse. Fear hung in the air, suffocating every street, every alley. People walked with their heads down, avoiding eye contact, as if the very act of meeting someone's gaze might spark a chain of events they could not control. The rebellion against the old order was no longer a whisper, it was a roar. But it was a roar mixed with uncertainty, with doubt. Alaric and Lady Arwen stood at the edge of the city, overlooking the vast stretch of land beyond the walls. The landscape was peaceful, serene even. The sun had just begun to set, casting the land in a warm, golden hue. But Alaric knew better than to be fooled by appearances. The storm was coming, and it would be unlike any the city had ever seen. What now? Lady Arwen asked, her voice steady but laced with a quiet concern. Her eyes were fixed on the horizon, but Alaric knew that her mind was elsewhere, on the fractured state of the city, on the growing rift between those who followed his vision and those who feared it. "We prepare," Alaric said, his voice quiet but resolute. "The path ahead will be difficult. There are those who want to control the future, to shape it according to their will. They see my knowledge as a threat. But what they don't understand is that the future is already unfolding. Time isn't something that can be held in one's grasp. It slips through our fingers, no matter how hard we try to hold on." Lady Arwen turned to face him, her expression unreadable. "And yet, you still want to fight. You still want to shape time, to take control of it." Alaric hesitated. The truth was, he wasn't sure anymore. His beliefs had been tested, shaken by the forces that had revealed themselves in the wake of his words. But something inside him, something deep, something fundamental, refused to back down. The future had to be shaped, not controlled. It had to be understood, not manipulated. "I don't seek control," Alaric said, his voice firm. "But I will not allow those who would use time as a weapon to succeed. The future belongs to all of us, not just those who sit in their ivory towers and believe they know what's best." Lady Arwen nodded, but there was a sadness in her eyes. She understood, perhaps better than anyone, the price of this fight. But even she knew that what Alaric had revealed was bigger than the city, bigger than their own desires. It was a battle for the future, and it could not be won with words alone. "I'll stand by you," she said softly. "But we need to be ready. The people are restless. The council will not stop. And this mysterious group that approached you, they will not disappear either. They will continue to watch us, to make their moves in the shadows." Alaric looked back at the city, his eyes scanning the skyline. "Then let them come," he said, his voice steady. "We will not hide. We will face them head-on. It's time the world learned the truth about time." The days that followed were filled with preparation. Alaric and Lady Arwen began to gather those who had heard the call, those who had come to believe in the power of knowledge and the responsibility that came with it. They were a small group, fighters, scholars, and outcasts who had no place in the old order but who now saw in Alaric's vision a chance for something greater. They trained in the hidden corners of the city, away from the prying eyes of the council's spies. They practiced their combat skills, honed their knowledge of the weave, and prepared for what was to come, but it wasn't just physical preparation. It was mental as well. Alaric knew that the true battle would not be fought with swords or magic, it would be fought with ideas. The people of the city needed to understand that the future was not something that could be controlled, that it was not something they could manipulate to their advantage. They needed to see that the weave of time was delicate, fragile, and that every choice they made, no matter how small, had an impact on the world around them. It wasn't long before the first wave of opposition arrived. Alaric had expected it. The council had not forgotten the threat he posed. They were not just afraid of his knowledge, they were afraid of the change he represented. They were afraid of the unraveling of the order they had worked so hard to build. And so, they had sent their enforcers, those who carried the weight of the council's will, to silence him before he could rally the people. The night they arrived, Alaric and his followers were ready. The enforcers moved swiftly through the streets, cloaked in the shadows, their steps silent but purposeful. They had come to make an example of Alaric, to show the people that dissent would not be tolerated. They were powerful, well-trained, and loyal to the council. But Alaric had something they did not, the truth. And the truth, no matter how dangerous, was more powerful than any weapon. When the enforcers reached Alaric's hidden camp, they found it deserted. No one was there, no trace of the rebels, no sign of the movement that had begun to grow in secret. The camp was empty, but for a single parchment, nailed to a wooden post in the center. The message was simple, but it carried the weight of Alaric's vision: the future is not yours to control. It belongs to all of us. It was a warning, not just to the council, but to the forces that moved in the shadows. The message was clear: Alaric would not be silenced. His words would not be buried. And so, the first confrontation had begun, not with swords or bloodshed, but with ideas. The council would respond, of course. They would send more enforcers, more spies, more threats. But Alaric was ready. He had no choice but to be ready. The parchment nailed to the post became a symbol. Though its words were simple, they carried a weight that reverberated across the city like the first notes of a song that would echo for generations. The message spread quickly: whispers in taverns, murmurs in marketplaces. Even the high chambers of the council couldn't escape the truth that Alaric had spoken. And while the council's enforcers scoured the streets searching for the rebels, the message took root in the hearts of the people. Alaric and Lady Arwen stood together, watching as the first stirrings of unrest began to ripple through the city. The tension was palpable. The air seemed to crackle with the electricity of change. It was as though the ground itself was shifting beneath them, and they could feel it, feel the weight of the coming storm. "We've started something," Lady Arwen said quietly, her gaze fixed on the distant silhouette of the council's stronghold. "Something that cannot be undone." Alaric nodded, but there was no fear in his eyes. There was only resolve. It was never meant to be undone. It was always meant to change things. The city had become a battleground of ideas, and for the first time, Alaric could sense the momentum shifting in their favor. The message had taken hold. People were starting to question everything. The idea that time could not be controlled, that it was not the sole property of the powerful, was spreading like wildfire. And as it spread, the council began to feel the tremors of that truth, but they did not take kindly to being challenged. In the council chambers, the mood was dark. The members of the council gathered around a large, imposing table, their faces etched with anger and fear. The parchment, still fresh with ink, had been brought to them by their spies, and it had done little to calm their growing panic. To them, This was no longer a matter of philosophy. It was a matter of survival. The rebellion Alaric had sparked was not just a threat to their power, it was a threat to everything they had built. How dare he? Lord Magnus, one of the most powerful members of the council, slammed his fist on the table, his voice rising in fury. How dare he speak of time as if it were something we could all shape? He mocks us. He challenges our authority, our right to control the future. We cannot allow this to continue. Lady Valora, a sharp-eyed and calculating member of the council, spoke coldly. He has already begun to erode the foundation of our rule. If we do not act swiftly, he will turn the city against us. Lord Magnus' eyes flickered with a dark intensity. Then we will crush this rebellion before it can grow any stronger. We will make an example of him. Crushing him won't be enough, Lady Valora countered, her voice a quiet hiss. We must destroy the idea. If we don't eliminate the source of this heresy, the people will follow him. They will believe that they too can shape the future. And if that happens, we lose everything. The council fell into silence as her words hung in the air, the weight of their meaning sinking in. They were not just dealing with a man. They were dealing with an idea that threatened to undo everything they had built, everything they had controlled for so long. And in the eyes of the council, ideas were far more dangerous than any army. We need to act quickly, Lady Valora finally said, her voice colder than ever. Send our most trusted agents. We cannot allow him to continue spreading these lies. Not when we are so close to completing our plans. Lord Magnus nodded, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Agreed. And if we must burn the city to the ground to stamp out this rebellion, then so be it. The council's decision was swift and brutal. They would stop Alaric, and they would stop him now. But they underestimated one thing. Alaric was not alone. Back in the heart of the city, Alaric and Lady Arwen were preparing for the storm they knew was coming. They had anticipated the council's response. But even they could not predict the full force of their fury. The council was not a group that would simply let Alaric continue to speak. They would come for him, and they would bring everything they had to bear, but Alaric was not afraid. He had seen what power truly was, the power of truth, the power of knowledge. And he knew that no matter how much the council tried to fight it, they could not stop the truth from unfolding. They met with their small group of followers in the dead of night, hidden away in the shadows of the city. The group had grown in the past few days, swelling with people who had heard the call, who had seen the truth in Alaric's words. There were scholars, fighters, artisans, and even former members of the council's own ranks who had defected, unable to stomach the lies that had been told for so long. They were united not by the promise of power, but by the belief that the future belonged to all of them. We cannot wait any longer, Alaric said, his voice low but steady as he addressed the group. The council will come for us. They will try to crush us, but we will not back down. This city, this world, is ours to shape. We will fight for it, not with violence, but with the truth. Lady Arwen stepped forward, her eyes flashing with determination. We are ready, Alaric. We've trained. We've prepared. We are the ones who will show the world what the future truly is. And when we stand against the council, we will stand with the truth. Alaric smiled, though it was a smile filled with quiet sadness. "We are ready," he said. "But remember this, we are not just fighting for ourselves. We are fighting for everyone. For the people of this city, and for the generations to come." The group nodded, their faces filled with quiet resolve. They knew the danger that lay ahead, but they also knew that the stakes were higher than ever. This was not just a fight for the future of the city, it was a fight for the future itself. As they made their final preparations, Alaric could feel the weight of what was to come pressing down on him. The future was on the line. And whatever happened, he would not allow the council to control it any longer. He stepped out into the night, his heart steady, his mind clear. The battle for the future had begun, and there would be no turning back. The city was a powder keg, its air thick with the tension of 1,000 unspoken fears. In the streets, the people moved in quiet, anxious clusters, their eyes flickering to every shadow, every alley, as if waiting for something to break. It was only a matter of time before the storm erupted. The rebellion that had begun with a simple message had snowballed into something far larger than Alaric had ever expected. The city had become divided, its heart beating with the rhythm of uncertainty. Of change, the council's enforcers moved through the streets like ghosts, their presence ever felt but never seen. They were the unseen hand that controlled the city's pulse, the ones who silenced dissent before it could take root. But now, their grip was slipping. Alaric had become the symbol of something bigger than any one man. He had become the embodiment of the future, the embodiment of a truth that could no longer be ignored. And as much as the council tried to suppress it, the truth was spreading faster than they could control. Alaric stood in the shadows, watching the city below him. The rooftops stretched out like an endless sea, the silhouette of the council's stronghold looming in the distance. He knew that the council would not wait much longer before making their move. Their patience was worn thin, and desperation was a powerful motivator. But Alaric had already made his decision. There would be no retreat, no hiding. He had come too far, and the future was too important to abandon. "We're running out of time," Lady Arwen said quietly, her voice barely a whisper as she joined him at the edge of the rooftop. Her eyes scanned the streets below, her sharp mind taking in every detail. "The council is gathering their forces. They'll strike soon," Alaric nodded, his gaze fixed on the city. "I know. But we've done everything we can. The people are with us. They know what's at stake. But the council won't just sit back and watch," Lady Arwen replied. "They won't let you speak the truth. They'll fight back with everything they have, Alaric. They'll use the weave, the power they control. They'll try to bury us, just as they've buried the truth for so long." Alaric's jaw tightened. He knew the council would not hesitate to use their power. The weave was their greatest weapon, their means of controlling the flow of time itself. They could twist the very fabric of reality, bending it to their will, and in doing so, they could manipulate events, erase memories, and rewrite history. But Alaric had learned to see the weave for what it truly was, not a tool of control, but a part of the natural flow of existence. And in that, he found his strength. "We don't need to fight them with their weapons," Alaric said, his voice low but filled with conviction. "We need to fight them with the truth. The people are already waking up. They see what the council has done. They see the lies they've told, the control they've exerted over the flow of time. The council's power is built on deception. And once the truth is out there, once it spreads, they won't be able to stop it. Lady Arwen's eyes softened as she turned to look at him. And if they try to erase us? If they use the weave to twist reality, to make us disappear, they can twist time, Alaric said, his eyes flashing with a fire that was as old as the world itself. But they cannot erase the truth. The truth will always find a way to surface. And if we stand firm, if we refuse to back down, then the truth will be unstoppable. A distant sound broke the silence, the unmistakable echo of boots on stone. The enforcers were approaching, their heavy footsteps reverberating through the streets like the drumbeats of war. Alaric and Lady Arwen exchanged a glance. The time had come. They descended from the rooftop, moving swiftly through the shadows. The city was alive with the hum of tension, the streets eerily quiet as the people prepared for whatever was coming next. Alaric could feel the weight of their hopes pressing down on him. The knowledge that their future rested in his hands. It was a burden he had not asked for, but one he would bear to the end. As they neared their meeting place, a hidden courtyard at the heart of the city, Alaric felt a presence beside him, a figure moving through the shadows, quick and silent. He didn't need to turn to know who it was. Alaric, the figure whispered, stepping into the dim light. It was Thorn, a former enforcer who had defected when he had seen the truth in Alaric's words. His face was grim, his eyes sharp with the knowledge of what was about to unfold. "They're ready," Thorn said, his voice low but urgent. "The council has mobilized their forces. They've brought in their best agents, trained in the weave. They'll try to control the city, to force us into submission. But the people are with you. We've seen it. They're ready to fight," Alaric nodded. "Then we fight. Not with weapons, but with truth. We make them see, Thorn. We make them understand that this city, this world, is not theirs to control." The group assembled in the courtyard, a small but determined force. They were a mix of fighters and scholars, each one carrying a piece of the truth that would unravel the council's hold on the future. Their faces were set with resolve, their hearts steeled for what was to come. They knew the council would not stop until they had stamped out this rebellion. But they also knew that the rebellion was more than just a fight for the city, it was a fight for the future itself. "We can't afford to wait any longer," Alaric said, his voice steady as he addressed the group. "The council will come for us. But we will not be silenced. We will stand together, and we will show them the truth. We will show them that the future is not theirs to control." Lady Arwen stepped forward, her eyes burning with determination. "We will fight for what is right. We will fight for the people. We will fight for the future." Alaric turned to face them, his heart swelling with pride. "Then let us go. The future is waiting for us." The city was holding its breath, the quiet before the storm settling over it like a heavy blanket. The streets were still, but the air was electric, charged with the anticipation of something that could not be avoided. The rebellion was no longer just an idea. It was now a movement, a force that was rising up against the iron grip of the council. Alaric and his followers had lit the spark, but the fire that followed was something that could not be controlled. not by the council, and not by anyone. Alaric stood in the heart of the old quarter, the city's beating core. The buildings around him were worn with age, their stone walls crumbling beneath the weight of history. But here, in these narrow alleys, history had a strange power. It had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the struggle of the people beneath the weight of the powerful. And now, it was witnessing the start of a new chapter. The time had come. Alaric's breath was steady, his heart calm. His mind raced, but there was a focus to it, a clarity. He could feel the eyes of the people on him, some in awe, some in fear, but all watching. They had come to a point of no return. This moment, this confrontation with the council, would shape everything to come. We've prepared as best we can. Lady Arwen's voice broke the silence, sharp and resolute. But the council won't be easy to defeat. They will use every ounce of their power against us. Alaric turned to her, his gaze steady. They may have power, but we have truth. And the truth cannot be stopped. Her lips curled into a small, knowing smile. Then let's see if the truth is enough. With that, they moved. The streets had grown eerily silent as the final confrontation neared. People gathered in secret corners, watching from windows and doorways, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and hope. The resistance had been growing stronger, but the council had not been idle. Their agents were everywhere, their reach extending into every corner of the city. And the most dangerous of all were the council's own enforcers, the ones who wielded the weave like a weapon, capable of manipulating time itself. Alaric knew that the only way to win was to strike swiftly and decisively. They couldn't afford to be caught in a prolonged fight. It had to end now. They moved through the city like ghosts, silent and swift, slipping past the guards, through alleyways, and into hidden passages. The plan was simple: reach the heart of the council's stronghold, confront them, and expose the truth for all to see. But simple plans often met with the harshest realities, and Alaric could feel the weight of what was to come pressing down on him. The council would not surrender easily. They would fight until the last breath. As they approached the council's stronghold, the towering spires of the building loomed ahead. The city's heart pulsed beneath them, a rhythm that matched Alaric's own beating heart. He knew the stakes. He knew that this battle would decide not only their fates, but the fate of the entire city. Do you know what you're walking into? Thorn's voice came from behind them. He had been a quiet presence throughout their journey, but now, in this moment of confrontation, his words carried weight. Alaric turned to face him. We know exactly what we're walking into. And we're ready for it. Thorn nodded, his expression grim. Then let's finish this. Together, they pressed on, their footsteps echoing in the silence of the city. The tension grew with each passing moment, the weight of their purpose pressing down on them. The council's stronghold loomed ever closer, and Alaric could feel the eyes of the city upon him. This was the moment. This was the crossroads. Inside the council's stronghold, the atmosphere was suffocating. The air was thick with the weight of authority, with the sense that power was both wielded and hoarded in this place. The members of the council were gathered, their eyes sharp and calculating, their minds already working on their next moves. They had known this moment was coming, but that didn't make it any easier to face. Alaric is here. Lady Valora's voice cut through the room, her tone cold and dispassionate. We must stop him now, before his ideas can spread any further. Lord Magnus stood, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes blazing with fury. He dares to challenge us. He dares to challenge everything we've built. He will be crushed, not if we control him first, Lady Valora replied. The weave is our greatest weapon. If we can ensnare him, if we can bend his will to our own, we can stop this rebellion before it even begins. Lord Magnus' eyes narrowed. We've let him play at this long enough. It's time to put an end to it. The council's enforcers moved into position, each one a master of the weave, each one trained to twist and control the flow of time. They had learned to manipulate time itself, to shift events to their will. And now, they would use that power to stop Alaric once and for all. As Alaric and his group neared the heart of the stronghold, they could feel the weight of the council's power pressing down on them. The air seemed to shift, the very fabric of time stretching and warping around them. The weave was alive here, and it was ready to strike. Alaric's heart beat in time with the pulse of the city. He could feel it. This was the moment. The battle was about to begin. We're almost there, Lady Arwen said, her voice low but filled with determination. The council is waiting for us, Alaric nodded. Then let's show them that we are not afraid. Let's show them that we stand for something greater than their control. With that, they stepped into the council's inner chambers. The air was thick with power, the walls lined with artifacts of unimaginable wealth and influence. The council members stood, their eyes cold and calculating. They had prepared for this moment, but they had not prepared for what was about to unfold. We meet at last, Alaric's voice rang out, steady and unyielding. And it is time for you to face the truth. The council stood silent, their eyes fixed on him. The tension in the room was palpable, and for a moment, it felt as if the very air itself had frozen. Alaric raised his hands, his voice strong as he spoke. The future is not yours to control. The flow of time belongs to all of us, to the people. And today, we will take it back. The chamber was silent for a heartbeat, a single moment where the future of the city, and perhaps the world, hung in the balance. Alaric's words echoed in the vast hall, reverberating off the cold stone walls like a declaration that could not be ignored. In the faces of the council, there was a flicker, a hesitation, as if for a brief instant, they wondered if they had underestimated him. But that hesitation was fleeting, replaced quickly by the hard masks of power and control that they had worn for years. Lord Magnus, his towering figure casting a long shadow in the dim light, was the first to move. His hand shot out, his fingers twisting in the air as if weaving invisible threads. The power of the weave surged within him, a force that could bend reality itself. His voice was low, a growl of pure menace. You speak of truth, Alaric, he said, his tone dripping with disdain. But you know nothing of truth. The truth is what we make it. The truth is what we control. And you will learn that soon enough. With a flick of his wrist, the air around them seemed to bend. The very fabric of time itself twisted, and for a moment, Alaric felt a deep pressure in his chest, as though the world was squeezing in on him. His breath caught in his throat, the weave trying to force him into submission. But Alaric had learned to feel the weave, to understand its ebb and flow. He could see the threads of reality shifting, stretching, pulling, and with all his strength, he reached into the core of that power. Pushing back, Lady Arwen stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she watched the council's actions. "They think they control time," she muttered, almost to herself. "But time is not their weapon. It is ours." The air thickened, as if the very essence of time itself had become tangible. It was a weight on their shoulders, a pressure that could break them if they weren't careful. The enforcers, hidden in the shadows, were waiting for their moment to strike, but Alaric could feel the shift in the atmosphere. It was as if the entire room was holding its breath, waiting to see who would make the first move. "We are not afraid of you," Alaric declared, his voice unwavering. "You've spent centuries twisting the flow of time to your will. Rewriting history, erasing the truth. But there is one thing you cannot control, one thing that will always slip through your grasp, the will of the people." At his words, a ripple ran through the room. The council members exchanged glances, their confidence faltering for just a moment. They had expected resistance, but not this conviction, this unshakable belief in something greater than themselves. Lord Magnus' eyes narrowed, his lips curling into a sneer. "You are a fool, Alaric. You do not understand the power you are defying. The weave is not just a tool, it is the foundation of everything. You cannot break it. You cannot fight it. Time is ours to command. But you have forgotten something." Alaric replied, his voice low but carrying the weight of all that was at stake. "The weave is a part of life, not a tool to be wielded. It is not a weapon for the powerful to control, but a force that belongs to all of us. And if you try to control it, you will only destroy yourselves." With a sudden motion, he extended his hands, reaching into the very fabric of the room. He could feel the weave, 1,000 threads, each one connected to the past, the present, the future. They twisted and shimmered, like threads of light in a dark void. The council members watched in stunned silence as Alaric began to pull at the threads, unraveling them one by one. For a moment, there was nothing but the soft hum of the weave as it responded to his touch. The air seemed to shimmer with potential, and then, the first thread snapped. It was as though a storm had broken loose. The entire room seemed to lurch, the walls warping as if time itself had been stretched and pulled. Alaric's eyes burned as he pushed further, the power of the weave responding to his will, unraveling the carefully constructed lies of the council, the manipulations they had carried out for centuries. "No!" Lord Magnus roared, his voice shaking with fury. He stretched out his hands, desperate to restore the weave, to stop the unraveling. But it was too late. Alaric had pierced the heart of the council's control. The foundation that had held them in power was crumbling before their eyes. "You cannot stop this," Alaric said, his voice filled with a quiet strength. "You cannot control the truth. You cannot control time. Time belongs to all of us, not to a few who would seek to bend it to their will." With a final, decisive movement, Alaric reached for the last thread, the one that held the council's grip on the city. It was the thread that held the weave together, the one that had allowed them to manipulate reality itself. He pulled, and the room exploded with light. It was as though the very essence of time had shattered. The walls trembled, and the air grew thick with energy. Alaric staggered back, his hands raised as he fought to hold the threads together. But it was too much. The power of the weave was wild now, spinning out of control, untethered from the council's influence. The council members were reeling, their faces pale, their hands trembling as they tried to regain control. But it was clear that they were losing. The weave was no longer under their command. It was free, the energy in the room was overwhelming. Alaric could feel the pull of time, the raw force of it, twisting around him, trying to pull him into its depths. But he held firm, his mind focused, his heart steady. The council's power was broken. The truth had been revealed. And the people would rise. Lady Arwen stepped forward, her expression fierce as she turned to the council. This ends now. Your reign is over. The council members looked around, their faces twisted with rage and fear. They had tried to control everything, to manipulate time itself. But now they were powerless. Time had slipped through their fingers. Lord Magnus' voice trembled with desperation. You think you've won? You think you've broken us? We will rise again. We always rise. Alaric stepped forward, his eyes locking with Magnus. No. You've lost. And the people will never forget what you've done. As the room continued to vibrate with the energy of the untethered weave, Alaric knew that this was only the beginning. The council had fallen, but the battle for the future was far from over. The truth was now out in the open, and there was no going back. The people had seen what lay beneath the surface, and they would not forget. The aftermath of the confrontation was almost unbearable in its intensity. The council's stronghold, once an unshakable fortress of power, now felt like a hollow shell. The walls, cracked and trembling, seemed to echo with the reverberations of the battle that had just unfolded. Alaric stood at the center of the chaos, his eyes flicking over the remnants of the weave that had once been their greatest weapon. It was no longer a tool of control, it was a wild, unpredictable force, coursing through the room like an untamed river. Lord Magnus, his face pale and drawn, still staggered from the shock of the unraveling. His once commanding presence was now diminished, his power stripped away. The other council members were no better. They stood in the shadows, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if the world they had known was crumbling before them. And, in a sense, it was, how could you do this? Lady Valora's voice cracked, her normally icy demeanor faltering as she looked around the room in disbelief. You've destroyed everything. Alaric met her gaze, his eyes hard and resolute. No. You destroyed everything when you thought you could control time. You thought you could control us. But the people, he paused, letting the weight of his words settle over them, the people will not be controlled any longer. The chamber, once filled with the hum of the weave, now felt empty, silent, as if even the very air had withdrawn in the face of this unprecedented change. Alaric's breath was steady, but his mind raced. This was not a victory, it was only the first step in a journey that would take them to places they could not yet imagine. Lady Arwen stepped beside him, her gaze sweeping over the shattered remnants of the council's power. The weave is still out of control, she said softly. The balance has been broken. If we do not restore it, the city will collapse in on itself. Alaric nodded, the weight of her words sinking in. The weave, untethered from the council's influence, was like a wild storm. Without control, it could tear apart the fabric of time itself. They had broken the council's hold, but now the real work would begin. They had to find a way to restore balance before the city, and everything they had fought for disintegrated into chaos. The air around them still buzzed with the remnants of the energy they had unleashed. Alaric could feel it, the pulse of time, raw and unfiltered, surging through the very core of the city. The threads of reality were thin here, stretched to the breaking point, and if they weren't careful, everything could come undone. Time, once their adversary, was now their greatest ally, and their greatest threat. The heart of the city, Alaric muttered to himself, as the realization struck him like a lightning bolt. The weave wasn't just tied to the council's stronghold, it was tied to the city itself. The entire fabric of time in this place had been manipulated, shaped, and controlled by those who had ruled for so long. Now that the council's hold had been shattered, the weave was unraveling, trying to return to its natural state. "We need to go to the heart of the city," Alaric said aloud, his voice steady but filled with urgency. "We need to restore balance." Lady Arwen met his gaze, understanding in her eyes. "The old temple," she said, her voice quiet. "The place where the weave was first bound to the city. It holds the answers. If we can reach it before the weave fractures completely, we might be able to repair the damage." The old temple, Alaric repeated, his mind racing. He knew the place well. It was a relic of the past, long abandoned and forgotten by most. But he also knew that the temple held secrets, secrets that could help them restore balance. If they could unlock them in time, then we move, Alaric said firmly, his voice resolute. "We move now." The group began to move, slipping through the halls of the council's crumbling stronghold, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The city was still, as if holding its breath, waiting for what would come next. The rebellion had toppled the council, but that was only the beginning. The true test would come when they reached the heart of the city. The place where time had been bound to the very foundation of the city itself. As they left the stronghold behind, the weight of their mission pressed heavily on them. Alaric's mind was consumed by the task ahead, but there was a small flicker of hope within him. They had done the impossible. They had broken the council's hold on time. But now, they had to do the even harder thing: restore the balance before the city fell into ruin. The streets were eerily quiet as they made their way through the city, their footsteps echoing off the stone streets. The city had been a place of power and control, its inhabitants unknowingly under the sway of the council for generations. But now, everything was different. Now, the city belonged to the people. And Alaric, for all his strength and resolve, could not shake the feeling that their victory had only just begun. As they neared the old temple, the air grew thick with the pull of the weave. Alaric could feel it, the subtle shift in the atmosphere, the growing tension. The weave was alive here, a pulse that reverberated through the very ground beneath them. The temple was ancient, its stone walls weathered by time, but it still held its power. This was where the weave had been born, where it had been first bound to the city. "We're here," Lady Arwen said softly, her voice filled with reverence. "This is where it all began." Alaric nodded, his eyes scanning the entrance to the temple. The great doors stood before them, tall and imposing, as if guarding the secrets within. With a deep breath, Alaric stepped forward, his hand resting on the cold stone of the door. He could feel the weight of the moment, the gravity of what they were about to face. The heart of the city lay beyond these doors, and with it, the key to restoring balance, or to losing everything. Are you ready? Arwen asked, her voice quiet but filled with determination. Alaric turned to face her, his gaze steady. We have no choice. With that, they pushed open the doors, stepping into the darkness beyond. The heavy doors of the old temple groaned as they opened, the sound echoing through the stillness of the city. For a moment, Alaric and his companions stood in the threshold, their eyes adjusting to the dim light that filtered through the cracks in the ancient stone walls. The air inside was thick with dust, untouched by time or the hands of those who had once worshipped within these walls. Yet, despite the silence, there was an unmistakable sense of energy that pulsed beneath the surface. It was as if the temple itself was alive, breathing in rhythm with the heartbeat of the city, waiting for them to make the next move. This place. It's older than I imagined, Lady Arwen said softly, her voice carrying a mix of awe and caution. She stepped into the temple, her footsteps echoing against the stone floors. The others followed suit, their movements measured, as though the temple itself might react to any sign of haste. Alaric's gaze was fixed on the center of the temple. At its heart stood a massive stone altar, worn by centuries of neglect but still standing proud. There was something about it, an almost magnetic pull that seemed to draw him toward it. The altar was flanked by two towering statues, beings of stone and shadow, their features half eroded by time, but their presence unmistakably powerful. The weave is strong here, Alaric said quietly, his voice reverberating in the still air. He could feel it, the delicate threads of time that intertwined with the very stone of the temple. They were thicker here, more concentrated, as if all the power the council had once wielded had been drawn from this sacred ground. Can you feel it? Arwen asked, her voice low as she approached him. He nodded, a frown creasing his brow. It's the core, the heart of everything. If we're to restore balance, this is where it must happen. But something's wrong. It's as if the weave itself is fighting against us. The others gathered around the altar, their eyes scanning the space warily. There was a palpable tension in the air, the kind that only arose when ancient powers stirred from their slumber. The temple was more than just a structure, it was a conduit, a place where time itself had been bound to the city. And now that the council's manipulation had been shattered, the weave was in chaos. The threads were pulling in every direction, and the fabric of time was fraying at the edges. We need to stabilize it, Alaric said, turning toward his companions. If we can anchor the weave here, we can restore balance. But it won't be easy. Lady Arwen stepped forward, her expression determined. We've already broken the council's control. This should be the easy part, right? Nothing about this is easy, Alaric replied, his voice firm. The council manipulated the weave for centuries. It's more than just a tool now, it's a force that's become part of the very fabric of this city. If we try to manipulate it without understanding its full nature, we risk tearing everything apart. As he spoke, a low hum began to rise from the altar, a vibration that seemed to echo through the very ground beneath them. The statues flanking the altar stirred, their eyes flickering with an eerie light. The energy in the room surged, growing stronger with each passing second. Alaric felt the pull of the weave deepen, the threads twisting and bending around him like 1,000 invisible hands. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind, trying to attune himself to the pulse of time. to understand the forces at play. But it was overwhelming, too much to comprehend in a single moment. Focus, he whispered to himself. We can do this. Lady Arwen placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him. You're not alone in this. The warmth of her touch brought a small measure of comfort, but Alaric knew this was no ordinary task. This was the heart of the city, the place where the weave had first been bound. They had to approach it carefully, with respect and patience. Rushing would only make things worse. He opened his eyes, locking onto the altar once more. There, etched into the stone, was an intricate symbol, one that he had seen before, in the council's archives, during his research into the weave. It was the mark of the original binding, the place where time had first been anchored to the city. And it was here that they would have to unravel it, this symbol. Alaric said, pointing to the engraving. It's the key. If we can activate it, we can stabilize the weave long enough to restore balance. But we'll need to channel our energy together. If we do this alone, it won't work. The group nodded in unison, understanding the gravity of what was being asked of them. Alaric stepped forward, his fingers brushing the surface of the stone. The moment he made contact, the hum in the room intensified, the vibrations running deep into his bones. He felt the flow of time rushing around him, swirling like a torrent. Prepare yourselves, he warned. This will test us all. With a deep breath, Alaric closed his eyes again and began to channel his energy into the symbol. As his power flowed into it, the room seemed to shudder, the walls vibrating as if the temple itself was awakening. The threads of time, those invisible forces that connected all things, began to shimmer and pulse with life. Lady Arwen, standing beside him, placed her hands on the altar as well, her energy merging with his. We need to focus. We need to find the balance. Alaric nodded, his thoughts narrowing to a single point. The symbol glowed faintly beneath their hands, the energy swirling faster now. The weave was responding to their presence, to their intent. But as the power grew, so did the resistance. The threads of time began to twist, warping and distorting, as though the weave itself was trying to fight them. To push them out, it's fighting back. Arwen cried out, her voice strained. We need to hold it together. Alaric gritted his teeth, pushing against the surge of energy. He could feel the resistance in the weave, stronger now than ever before. The council had forged this bond long ago, and now, the weave was rejecting them, rejecting the change they sought to bring. Keep going. Alaric shouted, his voice low but filled with conviction. We can't stop now. As the group channeled their energy, the altar began to glow brighter, the symbol pulsing with light. The resistance only grew stronger, the air around them crackling with tension. Alaric felt his strength waning, the sheer force of the weave pushing against him, trying to tear him apart. But he couldn't stop, not now. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoed through the temple, followed by a sharp, painful flash of light. Alaric stumbled back, gasping for breath, his body trembling from the strain. The room was spinning, the weave twisting in chaotic patterns around him. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the pressure lifted, the room fell silent. Alaric blinked, disoriented, his heart racing. He looked around, unsure of what had happened. The altar was still glowing softly, but the energy was no longer overwhelming. It was Steady now, we did it, Lady Arwen whispered, her voice barely audible. The balance, it's restored, Alaric nodded slowly, his eyes scanning the room. The pulse of time was still present, but it no longer felt chaotic. The energy was stable, like a river flowing gently once more. The weave had been tamed, not by force, but by understanding. We've won, Alaric said quietly, his voice filled with a mix of relief and disbelief. But deep down, he knew that while they had restored balance, their fight was far from over. The council was gone, but there were other forces at work, forces that would stop at nothing to control time itself, and Alaric, as always, would be there to stop them. The silence that settled over the temple was both a relief and a warning. Alaric stood still for a moment, his chest rising and falling with each breath as he tried to make sense of what had just transpired. The weave, the very force that had threatened to tear the fabric of time apart, had been calmed, stabilized by their combined efforts. It was an overwhelming victory, one that they hadn't dared to believe would be possible just hours ago, and yet, in the stillness of the temple, Alaric couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The power that had surged through him moments before now felt distant, like a fading echo. The threads of time, once so vibrant and chaotic, now pulsed gently, like a heartbeat returning to normal. It was a victory, but there was something more lurking beneath the surface. We've done it, Lady Arwen said softly, her voice filled with awe. She stepped back from the altar, her gaze scanning the room. The glow had dimmed, the energy steady, as if the temple had exhaled a sigh of relief. It feels different now, Alaric nodded, his brow furrowed in thought. Yes. The balance has been restored. But it's not perfect. It's like we've put a bandage on a wound, but we still don't fully understand the injury. The weave is stable for now, Lady Arwen said, her tone cautious. But what happens when it shifts again? Will it remain under our control? I don't think it's about control, Alaric replied, his voice distant. It's about harmony. We've reconnected the weave to its natural state, but that doesn't mean it will stay like this forever. Time is not something that can be controlled. It's something that has to be lived with, understood, respected. The air around them hummed faintly, a reminder of the power that still lingered in the depths of the temple. The altar had calmed, but there was a quiet, almost imperceptible pull that tugged at Alaric's consciousness. It was as though the very essence of the temple was speaking to him, urging him to look deeper. It's not over, he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. There's more here. We haven't unlocked everything yet. Before Lady Arwen could respond, a sharp sound cut through the air, like the crackling of energy snapping in the distance. Alaric whipped around, his senses immediately on high alert. The glow of the altar flickered again, dimming for a brief moment before brightening to an intense, blinding light. The ground beneath their feet trembled, sending vibrations up Alaric's spine. What is happening? Lady Arwen asked, her voice tight with concern. The weave is reacting to something, Alaric said, his eyes narrowing. The familiar hum of time, once a steady pulse, was now erratic, spiraling out of control. He could feel it, something was coming. Something that had been hidden beneath the surface of the temple, waiting for this moment. Then, from the far corner of the temple, the shadows seemed to deepen unnaturally. Figures emerged from the darkness, their forms tall and shrouded, moving with an eerie grace. Alaric's heart skipped a beat as he realized who they were. Guardians, he whispered under his breath. The protectors of the weave. The figures stepped closer, their faces obscured by hoods, their presence commanding and ancient. They moved as one, their footsteps barely making a sound on the stone floor, but the air seemed to vibrate with their power. Alaric instinctively reached for his blade, his mind racing. "They're not here to help," Lady Arwen said, her voice steady, but there was an edge of uncertainty in her words. "They were created to defend the weave, to ensure that no one interferes with its flow." Alaric's mind spun with possibilities. The Guardians had been silent for centuries. Their existence largely a myth. No one had seen them in the living memory of the city. They were relics of an older age, created by those who had once sought to bind time, to use it as a weapon. But now, it seemed they had returned, stirred by the disturbance Alaric and his companions had caused by breaking the Council's control over the weave. One of the Guardians stepped forward, its movements fluid and unnaturally smooth. The figure's eyes glowed faintly, an ethereal light emanating from within. When it spoke, its voice was deep, resonant, and carried an unearthly weight. "You have disturbed the weave," the Guardian said, its voice like a rumble of distant thunder. "You have unbalanced what was meant to remain undisturbed." Alaric's grip tightened on his blade, but he forced himself to remain calm. "We did what was necessary." The Council's manipulation of time was causing untold destruction. The weave had to be freed. "Foolishness," the Guardian intoned, its voice cold. "The weave is not to be tampered with. You have failed to see the consequences of your actions." Alaric's mind raced, trying to understand what the Guardian meant. "We didn't destroy the weave. We restored it to its natural state, the natural state." The Guardian's laughter was low, almost mournful. "You have released a force you cannot control. Time itself is fragile. And now, it will fracture, splinter, because of you." Alaric's heart pounded in his chest. "What do you mean? What will happen?" The Guardian raised a hand, and the air around them thickened. The stone of the temple seemed to pulse with a deep, resonating hum as if the very foundation of the city was shifting. The symbols etched into the altar began to glow, their light flickering wildly, like a flame caught in a tempest. "You will see," the Guardian said cryptically. "You will see the consequences soon enough." Without another word, the Guardians moved in unison, their forms blurring as they retreated back into the shadows from whence they had emerged. The temperature in the room dropped, and the light of the altar began to dim, as though the very life force of the temple was being drained. Alaric took a step back, his mind reeling. The Guardians were gone, but their warning hung in the air like a weight. The weave had been freed, but was it truly restored, or had they simply set in motion a chain of events they couldn't yet comprehend? The Guardians had made it clear, there were consequences for disturbing the natural flow of time, consequences that they were only beginning to understand. What did they mean by that? Lady Arwen asked, her voice tinged with fear. "I don't know," Alaric admitted, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and doubts. "But whatever it is, it's not over. We've only just begun to unravel the truth." The hum of the temple's energy grew fainter. The once powerful pulse of time now nothing more than a distant murmur. But something still lingered in the air, an unease, a warning. that the true test was yet to come, and Alaric knew deep in his bones that the greatest challenge they would face was still ahead of them. The air was thick with uncertainty as Alaric stood in the quiet aftermath of the Guardian's warning. The temple, once a place of powerful resonance, now felt hollow. The hum of the weave had diminished, leaving behind an eerie silence that was almost worse than the chaos they had fought to contain. Every corner of the ancient space seemed to breathe with an unnatural weight, as if the very stones themselves were mourning the disturbance that had occurred within these walls. Lady Arwen stood by his side, her face pale but determined. Her hand rested on the hilt of her sword, her eyes scanning the shadows where the guardians had vanished. The temple, though still standing, seemed to have lost something vital, an energy that once had been in perfect balance. Now, that balance was in jeopardy. "We need to leave," she said, her voice sharp, but laced with an undertone of concern. "Whatever happens next, we're not prepared for it here." "The Guardians are right, this is only the beginning," Alaric nodded slowly, his thoughts consumed with the cryptic warning the Guardians had left behind. "The weave is unstable, that much is clear," he said, his voice low. "But what they said, consequences. What did they mean? And why now? After all this time, why have the Guardians only just appeared?" He turned to the altar, his gaze lingering on the faint glow of the symbols etched into the stone. It was as if they were no longer merely a part of the temple's structure but were somehow tied to the heart of the weave itself. Something deep within the fabric of time had been disturbed, and whatever it was, it had reached beyond the control of even the Guardians. "You think it's because we freed the weave?" Lady Arwen asked, her brow furrowed. "That something in the fabric of time has unraveled." Alaric hesitated for a moment, contemplating the question. The Guardians had made it clear that the consequences were not something they fully understood, and yet the very idea that the weave was a living, breathing force, and not just a tool, had shifted everything he had believed. "I'm not sure," Alaric said finally. "But I feel it. There's something else at play here. Something older. The weave. It's not just a part of time, it's connected to something deeper, something that we're not meant to understand." The feeling of unease that had settled in his gut refused to let go. Time itself wasn't just a construct, wasn't just a series of threads that could be tugged and braided into shape. The weave was a manifestation of something far greater than any of them had realized. And the Guardians knew this. They had been created to protect it, not just from manipulation, but from destruction, and now, Alaric had become part of the disruption. "We need to find answers," Alaric continued, his voice taking on a more urgent tone. "We can't let the Guardians' warning go unheeded. Whatever this is, we need to understand it before the fabric of time itself rips apart. Where do we go?" Lady Arwen asked, glancing at the others. The rest of their group had been standing back, watching the exchange, but now they were looking to Alaric for direction. They, too, felt the weight of the uncertainty in the air. There was no safe place anymore, not within the city walls and certainly not within the reach of the weave. Alaric turned toward the exit, his mind already racing through the possibilities. "There's an old library, deep beneath the city. It was a part of the council's vaults, their original archives. The knowledge stored there may hold the key to understanding what we've unleashed. It's our best chance, and what do we do if the Guardians are waiting for us there?" Lady Arwen asked, her tone wary, we prepare for the worst, Alaric said, his voice firm. But we don't stop. Not now. The group, silent and solemn, gathered their things. They knew the path ahead would not be easy. There were no guarantees that they could fix what they had broken, no assurance that the weave could be restored. And yet, they had no choice but to try. Time itself, as they knew it, was slipping away, and with every moment that passed, they drew closer to the inevitable reckoning. The city outside the temple seemed different now. The streets were quiet, too quiet, as though the entire city had been holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for them. The air was thick with tension, the sky above shadowed by clouds that seemed darker than they should have been, like the heavens themselves were watching, waiting for the moment when the fabric of time would begin to fray again. Alaric's thoughts lingered on the guardians. What did they know that they didn't? Why had they appeared now? After centuries of silence, he couldn't shake the feeling that their warning wasn't just about the weave, it was a message that time itself was far more fragile than they had ever realized. The consequences of their actions had been set into motion, and nothing would stop them now. The journey to the library was slow, the streets of the city now unfamiliar and foreboding. The usual hum of life, the market stalls, the bustling crowds, had all but disappeared. There was no movement, no sound, save for the distant echo of their footsteps. It was as though the city had been abandoned, or worse, was waiting for something to happen, as they approached the entrance to the underground vaults. A strange sensation swept over Alaric. The walls here were older, worn by time, but the stone felt colder than it should have, almost unnatural. A faint whispering seemed to seep from the cracks, as if the very structure was alive, its heartbeat in sync with the flow of time. This place. It feels wrong, Lady Arwen said, her voice a mere whisper. Like it knows we're coming. It does, Alaric replied grimly, his hand resting on the ancient door that guarded the entrance. And it's waiting for us. With a heavy push, the door groaned open, revealing the darkened stairs that descended into the depths of the city. They stepped forward, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them with every step. Down below, the answers they sought might lie hidden, but so too might the deeper truths of the weave, and the force that had been disturbed by their actions. And Alaric knew, no matter what they found, time was not done with them yet. The air in the underground vaults was stale, thick with the scent of ancient dust and forgotten secrets. As Alaric and his companions descended the creaking stone steps into the depths of the city, the shadows seemed to stretch out before them like dark hands, reaching for their very souls. The faint whispering sound that had permeated the walls grew louder, as though the vaults themselves were alive, stirring with some hidden knowledge that only the forgotten echoes of time could comprehend. Lady Arwen walked beside Alaric, her steps quiet but measured. The others followed, their eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. There was no telling what they might encounter here, only that it would reveal the truth they sought, for better or for worse. The vaults were vast, a labyrinth of forgotten corridors lined with ancient stone shelves and weathered tomes. Some of the books and scrolls were so old that their very presence felt like a testament to a long-lost world. The weight of history hung heavy in the air, but there was something else, a tension, a warning. The guardian's words still echoed in Alaric's mind. You have disturbed the weave. At the far end of the corridor stood a grand chamber. its entrance guarded by massive stone doors covered in intricate carvings, symbols Alaric recognized from the altar above. These were not just markings of the city, but of the weave itself, symbols of time, balance, and the ancient forces that governed them. The doors seemed to pulse with a quiet, eerie light, as though the chamber within was alive, waiting for them. "This is it," Alaric said, his voice low but filled with resolve. "Whatever truths we seek, they are within." Lady Arwen nodded, her hand tightening around her sword. "Let's move quickly. I feel like we're being watched." Alaric hesitated only for a moment before pushing open the massive doors. They groaned in protest. But the way forward was clear. The chamber beyond was vast, its ceiling high and arched, the walls adorned with even more symbols, runes that glowed faintly in the dark. In the center of the room stood a raised platform, and upon it lay an ancient device, an orb, made of glass and encased in a framework of shimmering metal. It was unlike anything Alaric had ever seen, its surface swirling with light that seemed to shift and pulse like the heartbeat of the world itself. "This is it," Alaric said, stepping forward, his hand instinctively reaching toward the orb. "This is the heart of the weave," but as his fingers brushed against the cold surface, a sudden pulse of energy shot through him. And the room around them seemed to blur. The walls wavered, and for a moment, time itself seemed to bend, as if the very fabric of reality were twisting. Alaric gasped, pulling his hand away, and the orb stabilized, its glow flickering but steady once more. "What just happened?" Lady Arwen asked, her voice laced with alarm. "That wasn't just a simple artifact." "No," Alaric said, his heart pounding in his chest. "It's more than that. This orb, it's connected to the weave in ways we can't yet understand. It holds the knowledge of all things, all timelines, all possibilities. The Guardians must have been guarding it for a reason." He looked down at the orb again, a sense of urgency gnawing at him. "The Council, they knew about this, didn't they? This device was their means of controlling time. They've been using it to manipulate the weave for centuries, altering events to suit their needs. Then we've just made the worst possible mistake," Lady Arwen muttered. "If we free it, if we let it unravel, who knows what could happen?" But Alaric shook his head. "We can't go back. The weave is already unstable. We have to understand it, control it, before it's too late." He stepped forward again, placing his hands on the orb. This time, there was no resistance. As his fingers made contact, a wave of energy surged through him, more powerful than anything he had ever felt before. It was as if the very threads of time were coursing through his veins, his mind filling with visions, visions of a world not as it was, but as it could be. He saw alternate realities, fractured timelines, and events playing out in ways that defied understanding, but amidst the chaos of possibilities, one image stood out: the city, fractured, destroyed, by a cataclysmic event. The weave, unraveling completely. Time itself, in ruins. Alaric pulled his hands away, breathing heavily. This is the future we're heading toward. If we don't stop it now, everything will fall apart. Lady Arwen looked at him, her face grim. "Then what do we do? How do we fix this?" Alaric's mind raced as he considered their options. The orb had shown him the future, but it wasn't just a vision, it was a warning. The fabric of time was fragile, and even their best efforts to restore balance might only be the beginning of something much worse. The weave wasn't just a tool to be manipulated, it was a living force, and its stability depended on more than just control. I don't know, Alaric admitted. But I do know one thing. The Guardians weren't just protecting the orb, they were guarding time itself. And if we don't find a way to restore the weave without shattering it, we'll be the ones responsible for its collapse. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the next step. The weight of the decision hung heavy in the air. But there was no turning back. The path they had taken had led them here, to the heart of the weave, and now it was up to them to decide what came next. We need to find the source of the disruption, Alaric said, his voice resolute. Whatever has been causing the instability, it's not just the orb. There's something else at work here. We need to understand it, to stop it before it's too late. But as he turned to leave the chamber, the walls of the vault seemed to close in around them. The air was thick with an oppressive force, as if time itself were turning against them. A low rumble shook the room, followed by a deep, resonating voice, one that felt ancient, omnipotent, and far beyond their comprehension. "You cannot undo what has been done," the voice echoed from all directions, reverberating through the chamber like a tidal wave. Alaric's blood ran cold as he turned to face the source of the voice, only to find nothing. The orb in the center of the room flickered one last time, its light dimming as the chamber fell silent once more. The weight of the moment pressed down on them, and Alaric realized with a sinking feeling that the battle for the weave was far from over, and whatever force had been watching them, the one that had spoken through the chamber's walls, was not finished with them yet. The Timeless Forest, Part 1. Deep in the heart of an ancient, forgotten land, nestled between hills and valleys, stood the Timeless Forest. Legend spoke of its ageless trees, whose roots ran so deep into the earth that they had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, the passing of countless generations, and the ebb and flow of time itself. Its canopy was vast, a dense, green shroud that seemed to hide the sky from view. The forest was not merely a place of nature, it was an entity in itself, a world of mystery and magic that few dared to explore. For generations, the forest had been whispered about in hushed tones, a place where time did not flow as it did elsewhere. Those who had ventured inside were said to have lost themselves, either swallowed by the woods or returned years later with strange, knowing looks in their eyes, speaking in riddles and dreaming of things no one could understand. The elders of nearby villages told stories of travelers who entered the forest, only to vanish without a trace, never to be seen again. Some said the forest was cursed, others that it was simply a place where time itself was warped, a liminal space between the past, present, and future. But to Lydia, the forest was more than a tale of danger and intrigue. It had been the subject of her childhood curiosity, and now, as an adult, her desire to uncover its secrets had only grown stronger. A sense of destiny had always tugged at her heart, calling her toward the mysterious woods. It was the one place she had to see for herself, the place that had lived in her dreams as much as in the legends she had heard. One autumn morning, Lydia set out from her home on the edge of a small village, determined to find the entrance to the Timeless Forest. She had prepared for the journey, packing a small satchel with provisions, a map of the surrounding area, and an old journal she had found in her grandmother's attic. The journal belonged to her great-grandfather, who had once claimed to have ventured into the forest, but it was filled with cryptic notes and sketches that only deepened the mystery. He had never returned to speak of his experience. And Lydia had always wondered what had happened to him. Her path took her through fields of golden grass and across babbling streams, until the landscape began to shift, the trees growing thicker and more ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their leaves shifting in colors of deep greens and russet browns. The air became cooler, more still, as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting for her. As Lydia stepped closer to the boundary of the forest, a strange sensation washed over her. She felt as if the trees were watching her, their branches swaying in the wind despite the stillness in the air. There was an almost palpable energy in the atmosphere, a hum beneath the surface that made her skin tingle. She paused, staring at the dense thicket ahead, her heartbeat quickening in anticipation. She could feel the pull of the forest, the magnetic force that seemed to draw her in, but she hesitated. Was she ready for whatever lay beyond? Taking a deep breath, Lydia stepped forward, pushing through the underbrush and into the shadowed depths of the timeless forest. The moment she crossed the threshold, a silence descended upon her, one so complete that it was almost oppressive. The sounds of the outside world, the chirping of birds, the rustling of wind through the trees, were gone, replaced by a thick, almost reverent quiet. It felt as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting for her to make the next move. The trees seemed even older now, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches reaching high above her, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. The further she ventured, the more surreal the surroundings became. It was as if she had entered a different world altogether, one where the laws of nature no longer applied. The path ahead of her twisted and turned in ways that didn't make sense, leading her deeper into the heart of the forest. Hours passed, or perhaps it was days. Time felt untrustworthy here. Lydia could no longer tell how long she had been walking. The light that filtered through the canopy above shifted, casting odd shadows across the forest floor, and the air felt thick with an otherworldly energy. She pressed on, her determination unwavering, but a small voice in the back of her mind whispered doubts. Was she lost? Had she already wandered too far? And yet, as if in response to her unease, the path ahead suddenly cleared. A small clearing appeared, bathed in soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath her feet. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone well, overgrown with moss and vines, its edges worn smooth by the passage of countless years. The well seemed out of place, as if it had been placed there deliberately, though no one had come to tend to it for an eternity. Lydia approached cautiously, feeling the pull of the well as though it was calling her. Its dark depths whispering promises of secrets long forgotten. She knelt beside it, peering into the shadows below. The well seemed impossibly deep, far deeper than any well she had ever seen, and there was something unsettling about it, something that made her wonder whether it was truly a well at all. It was more like an opening to another world, an entryway into the very heart of the forest. As Lydia reached out to touch the edge of the well, her fingers brushing the cold stone, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, scattering the leaves around her. For a brief moment, the air seemed to shimmer, and Lydia felt a strange sensation, a presence, as though she were not alone. She turned sharply, but saw no one. The forest, once silent, now felt alive with unseen eyes, as if the trees themselves were watching her, waiting for her to make a decision. The well remained still, its dark depths staring back at her like a mirror, as if it were a passage to something beyond her understanding. It was then that Lydia realized, the forest was not just a place, it was a test, a trial. And she had only just begun to understand what she had come here to seek. With her heart pounding, she took a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever came next. The Timeless Forest, Part 2. The wind swirled around Lydia as she knelt beside the well, the faint whispers of the forest seeming to grow louder in the stillness. The forest had always been a place of mystery and wonder in the stories she had heard growing up, but now, standing in the heart of it, it felt as though she had stepped into a world entirely separate from the one she had known. The sense of time slipping away had only deepened since entering the woods, and the once tangible feeling of the world outside now felt distant and unreal. The well in front of her seemed more than just a relic of the past, it was a living thing, a conduit to something beyond. Her fingers hovered over its moss-covered rim, and for the briefest moment, she thought she heard a low, mournful voice, as though the wind itself were speaking. A shiver ran down her spine. The air grew thicker, and the weight of the forest's silent gaze pressed on her from every angle, as if it were urging her to make her choice. Instinctively, Lydia stepped back from the well, her pulse quickening. There was something deeply unsettling about it, something that didn't belong here. Yet, at the same time, she couldn't tear her gaze away from it. It was as though the well was calling to her, its dark depths pulling her in, asking her to look deeper. She had to know more. Fighting the unease that surged through her, Lydia reached into her satchel, pulling out the journal she had brought with her. Her great-grandfather's journal. The pages were brittle and yellowed with age, but his handwriting, though faded in places, was still legible. She flipped through the pages, the odd illustrations and cryptic notes revealing little more than hints, until a passage at the back caught her eye. The well of the timeless forest holds the key to what is forgotten. It is the boundary between this world and the one that lies beyond. Only those who are chosen by the forest can enter, but beware, the path is treacherous. If you seek what lies beneath, you must be prepared to face what has been buried. The words seemed to echo in her mind, their meaning sinking deep into her bones. Her great-grandfather had written about this very well, this strange, ancient relic, and he had warned of its power. But what did he mean by chosen? What did he mean by what lies beneath? Lydia's eyes drifted back to the well, its depths swallowing the light around it, and her breath caught in her throat. There was no turning back now. If she was to uncover the secrets of the forest and understand the meaning of her great-grandfather's words, she had to take the next step. With resolve, she placed her hand on the edge of the well, feeling the cool stone beneath her fingertips. A soft hum reverberated through her palm, and for a fleeting moment, the air around her seemed to shimmer. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, as though the earth itself was reacting to her touch. Suddenly, the forest around her fell silent. The whispers ceased, the wind stopped, and even the sounds of the distant birds seemed to vanish into the stillness. Lydia's heart pounded in her chest, her every sense heightened. Then, a soft glow emerged from the depths of the well, faint at first but growing steadily brighter, casting an eerie, otherworldly light over the clearing. Without warning, the air in front of her rippled like water disturbed by a stone. The ground around the well seemed to open, revealing a hidden passage, a narrow stone stairwell descending into the earth below. The light that emanated from the well flickered like a distant star, beckoning her forward. Lydia hesitated. The air grew heavier with each passing moment, as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for her decision. She knew the journey ahead would not be easy, but the pull of the forest, the sense of destiny that had drawn her here, urged her forward. She could not leave without uncovering the truth of the timeless forest, even if it meant descending into its mysterious depths. With a final glance at the surrounding trees, which stood as silent sentinels watching her every move, Lydia took a deep breath and stepped forward. Her footsteps echoed softly in the stairwell as she descended into the darkness. The faint light from the well behind her casting long, distorted shadows along the walls. As she ventured deeper into the earth, the air grew cooler and damper. The stone walls of the tunnel seemed to pulse with an energy that was both ancient and alive. Each step she took seemed to carry her further away from the world she knew, further into the heart of the forest's secrets. The passage twisted and turned, and soon Lydia could no longer tell which direction she was facing. The deeper she went, the more the air seemed thick with the weight of the unknown. Every corner she rounded, every new stretch of tunnel, felt like a step deeper into an ancient mystery. She had been warned, but her curiosity refused to be stilled. Her heart was racing, but there was something else, too, an almost intoxicating sense of wonder. After what felt like hours, the tunnel finally opened into a vast underground chamber. The walls of the chamber were lined with ancient stone carvings, depicting figures she didn't recognize, strange, elongated beings with features that seemed both human and otherworldly. Their eyes were large and unblinking, their faces calm but expressionless. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, its surface worn with age but still intact. Resting upon it was a glowing object, pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. Lydia approached cautiously, her steps echoing in the vast emptiness. As she reached the pedestal, the object on it came into clearer view, a small, ornate lantern, its metalwork intricately detailed with patterns that seemed to shift and change the closer she drew. The lantern's glow was warm and inviting, like a beacon in the dark, but it also felt like a living thing, its light pulsating with an unspoken energy. Lydia's fingers brushed the surface of the pedestal, and instantly, the air around her seemed to shimmer. The whispering began again, faint at first, but growing louder, swirling around her like an invisible current. It was as though the voices of the forest were rising from the depths of the earth itself. And then, without warning, the lantern flickered. The Timeless Forest, Part 3, the flicker of the lantern was like a jolt through Lydia's veins. It was subtle at first, almost like the last breath of a dying star, but then the light steadied, glowing brighter and more intensely than before. As it pulsed, so did the whispers that surrounded her. They weren't merely voices, they were sensations, feelings, pulling at her thoughts, urging her to listen, to understand. Lydia's heart pounded in her chest as she approached the pedestal. The air around her seemed charged with something primal, something ancient. The glowing lantern beckoned her, as if it had been waiting for her arrival, its energy entwining with her own. Her fingers trembled as they brushed the delicate metal. And in that moment, everything changed. The moment her skin made contact with the lantern, the chamber seemed to tremble. The ground beneath her feet shook, and the air grew thick, heavy, as if the very fabric of the forest was reacting to her touch. The whispers grew louder, urgent, frantic. The voices of the forest weren't just whispers now, but an overwhelming chorus, filling her ears and her mind with their strange, unearthly song, Lydia. A voice called to her, soft but unmistakable, her name echoed, reverberating through her skull. The air grew colder, and the whispers turned into words. Lydia. You must remember. You are the key. You are the one who will awaken the forest. The voice was familiar, though not in a way she could quite place. It seemed to come from every direction, from every inch of the chamber. Her heart raced as she tried to make sense of the message, but it was as if the words themselves were slipping through her fingers, always just out of reach. Her gaze locked onto the lantern, its glow now brighter than ever, a brilliant beacon in the dark. There was something hypnotic about its light, something that felt both like a promise and a warning. Lydia could feel it pulling her in, urging her to look deeper. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and reached out, taking the lantern into her hands, as soon as her fingers closed around it. The world around her shifted, the chamber vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of weightlessness. The ground beneath her feet disappeared entirely, and Lydia found herself floating in an endless void of swirling darkness and light. It was as though she had crossed a boundary, stepping from one world into another. A world that felt ancient and forgotten, yet somehow alive, as if every inch of it was watching her, waiting. For a long moment, Lydia could do nothing but float in the darkness, disoriented, unsure of what was happening. The whispers, now clear and distinct, filled her mind again. Lydia. The lantern. It is the key to the forest's heart, the voice said, soft but urgent. You must find it before time slips away. The forest is dying, and so are we. Who are you? Lydia whispered, her voice shaky. We are the ones who lived before the forest. We are the spirits of the timeless forest. We were bound to it, and now, we are bound to you. The lantern will show you what must be done, but you must choose wisely. The words sent a chill down Lydia's spine, her thoughts racing. She was no longer sure what was real, what was part of the forest's strange magic, and what was her imagination. It was as if the lantern itself was showing her something, guiding her toward a truth that she had not yet begun to understand. A faint light began to materialize in front of her, growing steadily brighter. The lantern's glow pulsated once more, and slowly, as though it were pulling her towards it, a figure began to form out of the void. At first, it was a shape, misty and translucent, but then the figure solidified, revealing itself to be a tall woman draped in flowing robes of green and gold. Her eyes shone with an ancient wisdom, and her hair shimmered like the leaves of the forest in the fall. The woman raised her hand, and the swirling darkness parted like a veil, revealing a scene from the past. The vision before Lydia was like a living painting, a memory captured in time. It was the forest, vibrant, lush, and teeming with life. The trees stretched high into the sky, their leaves thick with green, and the ground was a rich carpet of moss and ferns. Creatures moved through the underbrush, and the air was alive with the songs of birds and the hum of insects. But something was wrong. In the center of the forest, a great tree stood, its roots winding deep into the earth, its branches reaching toward the heavens. It was the heart of the forest, the source of its life. And yet, the tree was withering. Its bark was cracked and dry, and its leaves were turning gray, crumbling into dust before her eyes. The earth around it had become barren, devoid of life. The woman in the vision looked sorrowfully at the tree, her face etched with grief. Her voice echoed in Lydia's mind. "The heart of the forest is dying," she said. "The curse that binds it to this world is weakening. Only the one who is chosen can restore it, but they must know the truth of the forest's past to awaken its power." Lydia's breath caught in her throat as the vision faded, leaving her floating in the void once more. The woman's words hung in the air like a whisper on the wind. She could feel the weight of the forest's history pressing down on her, and the burden of its fate had become her own. Her eyes snapped back to the glowing lantern, which now seemed to pulse with an urgent intensity. The whispers grew louder again, and Lydia knew, in her heart, that she had to make a choice. She had come to the timeless forest seeking answers, but now, standing on the precipice of something far greater than she could have ever imagined, she realized that the answer she sought would come at a cost. The forest was calling to her, the lantern was calling to her, and now, the weight of the forest's curse was hers to carry. With a deep breath, Lydia stepped forward, knowing that her journey was far from over. The lantern's glow lit the way, guiding her deeper into the heart of the timeless forest. The Timeless Forest, Part 4. The light from the lantern flickered softly in Lydia's hand as she ventured deeper into the forest. The weight of what she had seen, the withering tree, the desperate cries of the forest spirits, still pressed heavily on her chest. It felt as though she were walking through a dream, a strange and haunting dream, where the line between reality and illusion blurred with every step. The trees seemed to close in around her, their branches stretching like fingers toward the sky, twisting and intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the moonlight. The air was thick with the scent of earth and moss, and the ground beneath her feet was soft, almost sponge-like, as though it too were alive. Every step felt muffled, as though the forest was absorbing her presence, pulling her deeper into its heart. She could hear the whispers now more clearly, the voices of the ancient spirits that had bound themselves to this place. They were no longer distant murmurs but clear, distinct words, as though the forest itself was speaking directly to her. The air hummed with their presence, Lydia. They called, their voices both distant and near, filled with an eerie longing. You are the one. The forest has waited for you alone. You must restore the balance, or all will be lost. Her grip on the lantern tightened as she walked forward, drawn inexorably by the voices, by the promise of answers. Every fiber of her being told her to turn back, to leave this cursed place and return to her world, but deep down, she knew she could not. Not now. The forest had chosen her, and she was bound to it, just as she had been bound to this quest. A sudden rustle in the trees snapped Lydia from her thoughts. She froze, heart racing, her senses alert. A shadow passed through the trees, too quick to catch, but its presence was undeniable. It was something ancient, something that had lived in the depths of the forest long before her arrival. Something that knew her, or at least knew what she was meant to do. She wasn't alone here. Lydia's breath caught in her throat as the shadow reappeared, this time moving closer. It was a figure, tall and slender, draped in flowing robes of black and silver, its face hidden beneath a hood. The figure moved with an eerie grace, its steps silent against the soft earth. There was no sound but the whispering wind and the soft rustling of the leaves. The figure stepped closer, and for the first time, Lydia saw its eyes, two glowing orbs of pale blue, like the light of the moon reflected in the still surface of a pond. They seemed to pierce through the darkness, seeing straight into her soul. For a moment, Lydia could not move. She was paralyzed by the intensity of its gaze. "Who are you?" she managed to whisper, her voice barely audible. The figure tilted its head, as though considering her question. Then, in a voice that echoed with both ancient wisdom and sorrow, it spoke. "I am the keeper of the forest," it said, its voice low and melodic, yet cold, like the wind that swept through the trees on the eve of winter. "I am bound to this place, as you are now bound to it. The forest has chosen you, but you must be prepared for what lies ahead." Lydia's mind raced. The keeper of the forest? Was this the one who had been calling her? The one who had whispered to her through the darkness? The one whose voice had guided her deeper into the woods? "The forest is dying," Lydia said, her voice trembling. "I saw the tree. The heart of the forest. What happened to it? What can I do to save it?" The keeper's gaze softened, and for a fleeting moment, it almost seemed sad. It took a step closer, the air growing colder with its presence. "You saw the truth," the keeper replied, its voice tinged with regret. "The heart of the forest is dying, not from disease, but from a curse that has bound it for centuries. It was placed upon it by a powerful being, long before even I was born. The curse feeds off the forest's life force, draining it slowly. And now, it has reached its breaking point." Lydia felt her heart race as the keeper spoke. A curse. The forest was dying because of a curse. She had known it instinctively. But hearing it confirmed was another matter entirely. She had no idea how to break such a thing. How could one person, one human, possibly undo the work of something so powerful? "Can I break the curse?" she asked, the words feeling foreign and heavy on her tongue. The keeper nodded slowly, its glowing eyes flickering with a strange intensity. "Yes," it said. "You are the key. But it will not be easy. The curse was placed by an entity known only as the shadow of the forest, a being of pure darkness. It feeds on fear, on despair, and on the very essence of life itself. To defeat it, you must face the deepest, most terrifying part of yourself. The darkness within the forest is a reflection of the darkness within your heart." Lydia's stomach churned at the thought. The darkness within her heart. She had always felt something inside her, something she couldn't name, something that lingered in the corners of her mind when the world was quiet. But how could it be linked to the curse that had ravaged the forest? "What must I do?" she asked, her voice tight with uncertainty. The keeper reached out, and for a brief moment, Lydia felt a strange warmth in the air. The keeper's hand hovered over the lantern, and it seemed to pulse with energy, as though it were alive. "You must journey to the heart of the forest," the keeper said, its voice steady and sure. "There, you will find the shadow. You will face your own darkness and the darkness of the forest. Only then can the curse be lifted." Lydia nodded, her resolve hardening. She had come too far to turn back now. The forest had called to her, and she could not abandon it in its time of need. "Thank you," she whispered, before turning to continue her journey. The keeper's voice followed her as she stepped deeper into the forest. Remember, Lydia. The darkness is within you as much as it is within the forest. Face it, and you will restore balance. Fail, and both you and the forest will fall. With those final words echoing in her ears, Lydia pressed on, her heart heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. She could feel the pull of the lantern in her hand, guiding her through the night. The whispers of the forest seemed to fade as she moved, the trees parting to reveal a new path that led deeper into the heart of the forest. The journey had only just begun. The Timeless Forest, Part 5. Lydia's footsteps grew steadier as she ventured deeper into the forest, the weight of her mission settling on her shoulders. The lantern's glow flickered with a life of its own, casting long, flickering shadows across the twisted trees that seemed to stretch endlessly upward. The forest, once an unfamiliar realm, now felt both comforting and ominous, as if it had become a living, breathing entity, its pulse in sync with her own. Every step she took brought her closer to the heart of the forest, where the shadow of the forest awaited. She didn't know exactly what that meant, nor what she would encounter in the depths of that darkness, but the keeper's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. The darkness within the forest is a reflection of the darkness within your heart. She tried to focus on the task at hand, but the deeper she moved into the woods, the harder it became to shake the feeling that something was watching her. The air was thick with an unseen presence, its eyes on her back, trailing her every move. Lydia shivered, but she refused to slow her pace. The path ahead began to grow narrower, the trees pressing closer, until it felt like the forest was closing in around her. The once comforting whispers of the leaves had quieted, and now only the occasional distant rustle broke the silence. The weight of the forest seemed to press in on her from all sides. And her lantern flickered erratically, casting brief moments of light before plunging her into darkness again. She paused, inhaling deeply, trying to steady herself. The smell of damp earth filled the air, the faint scent of moss mixing with something else, something metallic. It made her stomach turn. Focus, Lydia whispered to herself, gripping the lantern tightly. You're almost there. As if in answer to her words, the trees ahead began to part, revealing a small clearing. The clearing was different from the rest of the forest. It was silent, unnaturally so, and the ground was covered in an eerie mist that swirled at the edges of the clearing like an unsettling fog. In the center of the clearing, the trees seemed to form a perfect circle, their gnarled roots twisted together in an almost deliberate pattern. A single stone pedestal stood at the center, bathed in the dim glow of the lantern. Upon the pedestal rested an object, a dark crystal, its surface glistening with an unnatural sheen. Lydia's heart raced. The shadow must be near. It had to be. Taking a cautious step forward, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over her. The shadows around her deepened, twisting in on themselves, as though they were alive and waiting. The air grew cold, and the once comforting light of her lantern seemed to fade, as if the very light was being drained by the thick, oppressive darkness that surrounded her. It was then that she heard the voice, a whisper, barely a breath, but it was enough to freeze her in place. Lydia. It hissed, its tone low and sinister, dripping with malice. You should not have come. The voice came from everywhere at once, all around her, filling the air like the faint rustle of dry leaves in a storm. Lydia's skin prickled, and she instinctively took a step back. But there was nowhere to go. The mist was growing thicker, curling around her feet, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer, as though they were reaching for her, hungry for her presence. Another voice, this one softer, more familiar, but still filled with an eerie resonance, followed. "You are not the first to come, Lydia," it whispered. "And you will not be the last. But none have returned." Lydia's breath caught in her throat. The voices, though not directly spoken by a physical being, felt as though they were pulling at her very soul. Her body stiffened, her instincts telling her to run, to escape this cursed place. But she knew that running would do no good. She had already crossed into the heart of the forest. There was no turning back now. A figure emerged from the swirling mist. It was tall and slender, its outline faint at first but gradually becoming clearer with each passing moment. The figure's form shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its eyes shining like twin stars in the darkness. It was neither human nor entirely something else. It was a manifestation of the forest itself, a being of pure energy, made from the very essence of this place. Lydia's heart pounded in her chest as the figure approached her. It moved with a fluid grace, its steps silent on the soft earth. The air around it crackled with an energy that felt both comforting and terrifying, like the calm before a storm. The figure stopped just in front of her, and its eyes locked onto hers. There was no warmth in its gaze, only an endless, fathomless void, a reflection of the very darkness she was here to confront. "You have come to challenge me," the figure intoned, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves in a forgotten autumn wind. "But do you understand what you are facing? Do you understand the price of what you seek?" Lydia swallowed hard, forcing herself to speak despite the rising panic within her. "I understand that the forest is dying. That the curse placed on it is consuming everything, its life, its spirit. And I'm here to stop it." The figure tilted its head, as though considering her words. "You are brave, but not all bravery is wisdom. The curse is not just a spell cast long ago, it is a part of this forest, a part of you. The shadow is not an entity outside of you, Lydia. It is a reflection of what lies in the deepest recesses of your own heart." Lydia felt a shiver run down her spine. The figure's words cut deeper than any blade could. Her chest tightened with an overwhelming sense of guilt, as though it had been waiting for her to admit something she had long buried deep within herself. She didn't understand what the figure meant, but she knew that it was right. She had never been able to shake the feeling that something inside her was dark, something that had always haunted her from the edges of her consciousness. The figure stepped closer, its eyes never leaving hers. "You must face what lies within you," it said softly. "Only then can you break the curse. Only then can you free this forest from its eternal suffering." Lydia clenched her fists, trying to steady her breath. "How do I face it? How do I face the darkness inside me?" The figure smiled, a sad and knowing smile, and extended its hand toward the crystal on the pedestal. "The crystal is the key," it said. "It holds the essence of the curse, but it also holds the key to your salvation. Touch it, and you will know the truth of what lies inside you. Only then can the balance be restored." Lydia stepped forward, her heart racing in her chest. She had come this far, and she would not turn back. She had to do this, not just for the forest, but for herself. With trembling fingers, she reached for the dark crystal. The moment her fingers brushed its smooth surface, a cold shock of energy surged through her, and the world around her seemed to shatter. The shadows deepened. The whispers grew louder, and Lydia was pulled into the heart of the forest, where she would face the greatest challenge of her life. The Timeless Forest, Part 6. The moment Lydia's fingers brushed against the crystal, the world seemed to collapse around her. The ground beneath her feet felt as though it was crumbling, and she was swept away by an invisible force, pulled into a vortex of dark energy. The forest blurred into streaks of shadow and light, and she could no longer tell where the mist ended and the darkness began. Her heart raced as the swirling darkness pressed in on her, thick and suffocating. She gasped for breath, but the air seemed to thicken, heavy with a strange, oppressive force. She could hear the whispers again, louder now, echoing in her mind as if they were coming from all directions at once. "You are not alone, Lydia." The voices hissed, their tones low and distorted. "The darkness is within you. It has always been with you." She wanted to scream, to ask them to stop, but the words were trapped inside her throat. The shadows twisted around her like a living thing, wrapping themselves around her limbs, trying to pull her deeper into the abyss. Her thoughts were fragmented, broken into 1,000 pieces as the whispers grew louder, the pressure building until she thought she might be crushed by it all. But then, just as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. Lydia blinked, her eyes struggling to adjust to the sudden shift. She was no longer in the clearing with the pedestal. The forest was gone. The mist had vanished. She was standing in a vast, empty space, the air thick with a sense of deep, ancient power. In the distance, she saw a faint light, dim, like a far-off star in the night sky. The whispers had quieted to a mere murmur, like the rustling of leaves in a faraway wind. She took a tentative step forward, her senses alert to every subtle change in the atmosphere. The space around her was endless, an expanse of shifting shadows and soft, glowing light. The ground beneath her was smooth, almost like glass, reflecting the faint light that bathed the scene. The feeling of isolation was overwhelming. The absence of the forest, of the familiar sounds and scents, made her feel as if she were drifting in a void, untethered to the world she had known. And then, she saw it, a figure emerged from the shadows, moving toward her with deliberate slowness. Its form was faint, a mere silhouette against the glow, but Lydia recognized it instantly. It was the same figure that had spoken to her before, the one she had encountered in the clearing, the one that had warned her of the curse. The figure's features were blurred, shifting like smoke, but its eyes, those piercing, otherworldly eyes, remained fixed on her, unwavering. "You have come far, Lydia," the figure said, its voice resonating in the strange silence. "But the journey is not yet over." Lydia swallowed hard, her throat dry. She wanted to speak, to ask the questions that were crowding her mind, but she couldn't. The weight of the figure's presence was suffocating, its energy pressing in on her from all sides. She could feel her heart beating in her chest, thudding in time with the rising tension. "What is this place?" she finally managed to ask, her voice shaky. "Where am I?" The figure tilted its head slightly, the movement fluid and almost unnatural. "You are within the heart of the forest," it replied, its voice soft but filled with an undeniable power. But you are also within your own heart. This place is a reflection of your deepest self, the part of you that you have hidden away. Lydia's pulse quickened. What do you mean? The figure stepped closer, its form becoming more defined, though it still lacked the solidity of a physical being. The forest is dying, Lydia, not because of an external curse, but because of an internal one. You have been carrying it with you for longer than you realize. The darkness you seek to destroy is within you. Lydia recoiled, her breath catching in her throat. Inside me. The thought made her stomach churn. She had always known there was something dark within her, something she couldn't quite name or understand. But hearing it spoken aloud, by the figure, by this force of the forest, was something she wasn't prepared for. The figure's eyes softened, its gaze full of an ancient wisdom. You cannot fight this darkness by running from it, Lydia. You must face it. You must confront the shadow inside you, the one that has shaped your actions, your fears, your choices. Only then can you begin to heal, and only then can the forest be freed. Lydia shook her head, her mind a whirl of conflicting emotions. She had spent so long hiding from her past, from the things she regretted, the choices she had made that had led her here. Now, she was being told that the key to saving everything, the forest, herself, was to face the very thing she had been running from for so long. I don't know if I can do that, she whispered. Her voice trembling, the figure reached out, its hand hovering just inches from her own. A faint warmth emanated from it, but it was an unfamiliar warmth, comforting, but also unsettling, like the touch of something both foreign and intimate. You are stronger than you know, the figure said gently. The power to heal, to restore balance, lies within you. You must trust yourself, Lydia. Trust that you are capable of confronting the darkness within and overcoming it. Lydia's chest tightened as the weight of the figure's words sank in. She had spent her whole life running from the truth, from the darkness that she feared would consume her if she faced it. But here, in this strange and timeless place, she could no longer deny it. She could feel the truth resonating deep within her, like a forgotten melody finally coming into tune. With a deep breath, Lydia stepped forward, her hands trembling but resolute. She had to face it. She had to confront the shadow inside her, no matter how terrifying it might be. The figure nodded, a look of approval in its eyes. The choice is yours, Lydia. Confront your darkness, and the curse will be lifted. But know this, once you begin, there will be no turning back. Lydia closed her eyes for a moment, steadying her breath. She felt the weight of her decision, the enormity of the task ahead of her. But as the figure's words echoed in her mind, she knew that she had already made the choice. There was no other path. With newfound determination, she stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay within her, and as she did, the shadows around her began to shift, twisting and stretching as though the forest itself were waiting for her to make her move. The Timeless Forest, Part 7. Lydia's feet moved steadily forward, each step echoing in the stillness of the strange, infinite space. Her heart pounded in her chest, a rhythmic drumbeat that kept time with the rising tension in her mind. The air around her felt thick, laden with both the weight of her decision and the promise of the unknown. She had made the choice, to face the darkness within her, but she could not yet see what lay ahead, the figure that had spoken to her remained a mere silhouette, its presence distant but palpable. It was watching, waiting, its energy still rippling in the air. But Lydia was beyond fear now. She had felt its truth, and now it was time to face her own. As she ventured deeper into the shadowed expanse, the world around her seemed to pulse with energy. The ground beneath her feet was no longer smooth glass but rough and uneven, like an ancient forest floor. Twisted roots curled up from the earth, their gnarled fingers reaching out like silent hands. The trees that had once stood tall and proud now appeared twisted and hollow, their bark marked by deep, ancient scars. The forest was decaying. But Lydia understood now, it was a reflection of her inner self, a manifestation of her own fear and grief. The whispers began again, low and soft at first, like the rustling of leaves caught in a gentle breeze. But as she continued walking, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. The voice was no longer just one, it was a chorus, a cacophony of voices speaking in unison. You cannot run from yourself, Lydia. The darkness will consume you, no matter how hard you try to escape. You cannot save the forest until you save yourself. The voices circled around her, drowning out her thoughts, pushing at the edges of her sanity. But Lydia gritted her teeth and pushed forward. Each step she took was a step closer to the truth, a step closer to the reckoning she knew she had to face. Then, as if answering her resolve, the path before her began to change. The trees seemed to part, creating a clearing in the heart of the forest. At the center of the clearing stood a massive stone altar, its surface cracked and weathered by time. The air around it was thick with an eerie glow, and the shadows that clung to the altar seemed to writhe and shift as if alive. Lydia's heart skipped a beat. This was it. This was the place where everything would be revealed. She approached cautiously, the whispers growing louder with each step, the shadows stretching out to meet her. But this time, she didn't stop. This time, she didn't let the fear take hold. She reached the altar, her fingers brushing against the cold stone. A surge of energy shot through her, and for a moment, her vision blurred. She saw flashes of her past, memories long buried, feelings she had pushed aside. She saw her parents, her friends, the moments of joy and loss, the choices she had made, and the regrets that had haunted her. But it wasn't just her memories that flooded her mind, it was the memories of the forest, too. The forest that had been silent, waiting for her to awaken its secrets. Lydia's eyes widened as the truth began to reveal itself. The curse that had plagued the forest wasn't just about the decay, the mist, the darkness, it was a curse of forgetting. The forest, like her, had forgotten its true purpose. It had become lost in its own grief, its own sorrow. And now, to heal, it had to be remembered. To restore balance, Lydia had to remember. The figure appeared beside her, its form more solid now, more real. Its voice was a soft murmur in her ear, but this time, it wasn't threatening. It was comforting. You've come far, Lydia, the figure said. The darkness you fear is not an external force, it is your own. But you are not alone. You have the strength to confront it, to embrace it, and to let it go. Lydia looked down at the altar, where a dark crystal lay embedded in the stone. The whispers were louder now, but they weren't just echoes of the forest's decay, they were her own fears, her own doubts, her own guilt. They were the parts of her that she had hidden away, the parts she hadn't wanted to face. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The figure's presence beside her was a steadying force, a reminder that she wasn't alone. Slowly, she reached out and touched the crystal. The moment her fingers made contact, the world around her exploded in a burst of light and sound. The shadows that had clung to her heart, to the forest, were no longer just shadows. They were memories, emotions, regrets. They surrounded her, engulfing her, threatening to pull her into a deep abyss, but Lydia didn't falter. She embraced the darkness, letting it wash over her. She allowed herself to feel every bit of grief, every drop of sorrow, every shred of guilt that had followed her throughout her life. She let it all come to the surface. And as she did, something remarkable happened. The darkness didn't consume her. It transformed. The mist that had filled the forest began to recede. The twisted trees straightened, their leaves shining with new vitality. The air grew warmer, and the ground beneath her feet softened. The decay, the sorrow, the despair, they all faded, replaced by life and growth. The forest was healing, just as she was. Lydia opened her eyes and looked around. The once barren land was now vibrant, filled with the colors of life. Flowers bloomed where the shadows had once been, and the air smelled fresh and sweet, like the earth after a summer rain. "You have done it, Lydia," the figure whispered. "You have healed the forest and yourself." Lydia's heart swelled with relief and joy. She had faced her darkness, and in doing so, she had freed herself, and the forest, from its grip. She could feel the balance restored, the curse broken. And though the journey had been long and filled with pain, she knew that it had been worth it. As the forest around her came alive, Lydia felt a peace settle in her soul. She had learned that true healing came from within, that the darkness was not something to fear, but something to understand and embrace. And with that understanding, she knew that her journey was not over. It was only just beginning. The Timeless Forest, Part 8. The world around Lydia was now a place of calm and rejuvenation. The once oppressive weight of the darkness had lifted, and the forest had come alive with light and warmth. The trees, once twisted and hollow, now stood proud and vibrant. The roots that had crept out of the ground in search of something to hold on to were now deeply embedded in the earth, drawing from its richness and strength. The flowers that had been hidden beneath a shroud of mist and shadow bloomed with colors so vivid they seemed to glow in the soft, golden light. Lydia stood at the heart of it all, her heart beating in sync with the rhythm of the forest. She had come to this place broken and lost. And now she was whole. But even in this moment of peace, something deep within her stirred, a sense that the journey was not yet complete. There was still something left to be done, something she needed to understand. The figure that had guided her, the mysterious being who had appeared throughout her journey, stood beside her once again. This time, its form was no longer shadowy and elusive but solid and clear, as though it had emerged from the very fabric of the forest itself. Its face, serene and wise, radiated a warmth that matched the forest's new vitality. "You have done well, Lydia," the figure said, its voice carrying the soft lilt of a distant melody. "But there is still more for you to learn." Lydia turned to the figure, her eyes filled with curiosity and a sense of purpose. "What is it?" she asked softly. What else is there for me to understand? The figure's eyes gleamed with an ancient knowing. You have healed the forest, and in doing so, you have healed yourself. But there is another part of the story you must uncover. The forest's true power lies in its ability to grow, to adapt, to change. It is not bound by time, but rather by the flow of life itself. And you, Lydia, are part of that flow. Lydia's mind raced. But how? How can I be part of the forest's flow? The figure nodded, its presence steady and reassuring. You have always been a part of it, even when you did not realize it. You are connected to the earth, to the trees, to the very essence of life that flows through this place. The forest's magic is not separate from you, it is a reflection of your own inner strength. It is in your heart, in your spirit, in the choices you make. You must now understand that the forest will only continue to thrive if you choose to nourish it, just as you have nourished yourself. Lydia's thoughts swirled. She had already faced the darkness within her, but now she was being asked to become something more. The forest, in all its beauty and vitality, needed her to protect it, to guide it, to be its steward. It was a heavy responsibility, but one that felt right, one that felt like it had always been meant for her. I will do it, Lydia said, her voice steady and filled with newfound resolve. I will protect the forest. I will make sure it remains alive, always. The figure smiled, its expression filled with pride. And you will not be alone. The forest has already begun to speak to you. It is calling to you, just as it has called to many others before. But you are its chosen one, Lydia. You have the strength to carry its legacy forward. Lydia nodded, her mind made up. She understood now that her journey had not just been about facing the darkness, but about understanding her connection to the natural world. She was part of something far greater than herself. The forest was not just a place. It was a living, breathing entity that needed her care, her attention. It was a reminder that every choice she made mattered, that the earth depended on her just as much as she depended on it. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the now vibrant landscape, Lydia felt a sense of peace settle within her. The journey had been long, and at times it had been painful. But in the end, it had led her to a truth that she had always known deep down, that she was never alone, that she was always connected to the world around her. The wind rustled the leaves, and for the first time, Lydia could hear the forest speaking to her, its whispers not of fear, but of hope, of growth, and of renewal. And as she took a deep breath, closing her eyes to listen to the forest's song, she knew that this was only the beginning. She was ready to walk the path ahead, to protect the timeless forest and its secrets, and to become a part of its eternal rhythm. But more than that, she was ready to live in harmony with it, forever. The Timeless Forest, Part 9. The days that followed Lydia's awakening to the forest's true nature passed in a rhythm that felt as ancient and endless as the forest itself. Though the land was vibrant with life, every tree, leaf, and flower seemed to carry a history, a weight that connected it to a past long forgotten. Lydia understood now that she was not merely a visitor here, but a part of something larger, something that had always existed, both within and beyond the boundaries of the forest. The creatures of the forest, which she had once thought to be merely ordinary wildlife, now revealed themselves to her as guardians of the land. They spoke in whispers, their voices carried on the wind, urging her to learn from them. The trees, their bark ancient and gnarled, had stories to tell, stories of those who had come before her, those who had once walked this path and had left their mark in ways both visible and invisible. With every step she took, Lydia felt herself becoming more attuned to the pulse of the forest, the very heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Lydia ventured deeper into the forest than she had ever gone before. The trees grew taller here, their trunks thick and twisted, their roots sprawling in every direction like the tendrils of an ancient serpent. The air was heavy with the scent of moss and pine, and the sounds of distant waterfalls and bird calls echoed softly through the branches. It was here, in this secluded part of the forest, that Lydia felt the presence of something new, something ancient. There was a strange energy in the air, a feeling of reverence that seemed to resonate from the very ground beneath her feet. The path ahead was winding, but she could not help but feel drawn to it. It was as though the forest itself was calling her forward, urging her to uncover the next layer of its mystery. With each step, the world around her seemed to shift. The shadows grew longer, more pronounced, and the air grew cooler, carrying with it the promise of something undiscovered. As Lydia pressed on, her senses heightened. She noticed the subtle changes in the environment, the way the leaves rustled more urgently, the way the moonlight filtered through the trees in long, silver beams, as if the night itself was guiding her forward. Finally, she came upon a clearing, unlike any she had seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous tree, its trunk so wide that Lydia could not fathom how many years it had stood in that place. Its roots snaked outward, entwining with the earth and the rocks that lay scattered about. But it was not the tree itself that held her attention, it was the figure standing beside it. The figure was cloaked in a robe of dark green and brown, blending seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. Its face was hidden in shadow, but Lydia could feel its gaze upon her, its presence undeniable. She could sense a great power emanating from this figure, a power that seemed to be tied to the very life force of the forest. "You have come," the figure said, its voice low and melodic, as if carried on the wind itself. "I have been waiting for you." Lydia's heart raced, but she did not feel fear. Instead, she felt a deep sense of recognition, as if she had met this presence before in a dream, in a vision, or perhaps in the very core of her being. "I don't understand," Lydia replied, her voice a mere whisper. "What is this place? Who are you?" The figure took a step forward, its movements fluid and graceful, like the sway of the trees in the breeze. It raised a hand, and Lydia felt the earth beneath her shift, as though the ground itself was alive and responding to the figure's call. "This is the heart of the forest," the figure said. "And I am its guardian. The one who watches over the flow of time, the ebb and flow of life. The forest is timeless, but it is also fragile. It needs those who are willing to understand its depth, its mysteries. And you, Lydia, have proven yourself worthy." Lydia's mind swirled with questions, but she remained silent, allowing the figure's words to settle in her heart. She had always known that the forest was more than just a collection of trees and creatures. It was a living, breathing entity, a place where time and space bent and intertwined. But now, standing before this guardian, she realized just how deeply connected she was to it. "You are part of this," the figure continued, its voice soft yet firm. "But there are things you do not yet know. Secrets that have been hidden for ages, kept from the eyes of those who would seek to exploit them. The forest is not just a sanctuary, it is also a place of great power. And that power must be protected." Lydia nodded, her mind racing. She understood now that her journey was far from over. The forest had chosen her for a reason, and it was her responsibility to safeguard its secrets. But how? Lydia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "How can I protect something so vast, so ancient?" The figure stepped closer, its eyes gleaming with an intensity that sent a shiver down Lydia's spine. "You must first understand the balance. The balance between light and dark, life and death, growth and decay. The forest thrives on this balance, and it is only through your connection to it that you can maintain it. You are the key, Lydia. You must learn to listen, to feel the rhythm of the forest in your soul. Only then will you be able to understand its true power." With those final words, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving Lydia standing alone in the clearing. The forest around her seemed to breathe with life, its ancient heart pulsing beneath the earth. And as she stood there, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lydia felt a deep sense of purpose settle within her. The forest had entrusted her with its secrets, and now it was up to her to honor that trust. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: Lydia's journey was only just beginning. The Timeless Forest, Part 9. The days that followed Lydia's awakening to the forest's true nature passed in a rhythm that felt as ancient and endless as the forest itself. Though the land was vibrant with life, every tree, leaf, and flower seemed to carry a history, a weight that connected it to a past long forgotten. Lydia understood now that she was not merely a visitor here, but a part of something larger, something that had always existed, both within and beyond the boundaries of the forest. The creatures of the forest, which she had once thought to be merely ordinary wildlife, now revealed themselves to her as guardians of the land. They spoke in whispers, their voices carried on the wind, urging her to learn from them. The trees, their bark ancient and gnarled, had stories to tell, stories of those who had come before her, those who had once walked this path and had left their mark in ways both visible and invisible. With every step she took, Lydia felt herself becoming more attuned to the pulse of the forest, the very heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Lydia ventured deeper into the forest than she had ever gone before. The trees grew taller here, their trunks thick and twisted, their roots sprawling in every direction like the tendrils of an ancient serpent. The air was heavy with the scent of moss and pine, and the sounds of distant waterfalls and bird calls echoed softly through the branches. It was here, in this secluded part of the forest, that Lydia felt the presence of something new, something ancient. There was a strange energy in the air, a feeling of reverence that seemed to resonate from the very ground beneath her feet. The path ahead was winding, but she could not help but feel drawn to it. It was as though the forest itself was calling her forward, urging her to uncover the next layer of its mystery. With each step, the world around her seemed to shift. The shadows grew longer, more pronounced, and the air grew cooler, carrying with it the promise of something undiscovered. As Lydia pressed on, her senses heightened. She noticed the subtle changes in the environment, the way the leaves rustled more urgently, the way the moonlight filtered through the trees in long, silver beams, as if the night itself was guiding her forward. Finally, she came upon a clearing, unlike any she had seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous tree, its trunk so wide that Lydia could not fathom how many years it had stood in that place. Its roots snaked outward, entwining with the earth and the rocks that lay scattered about. But it was not the tree itself that held her attention, it was the figure standing beside it. The figure was cloaked in a robe of dark green and brown, blending seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. Its face was hidden in shadow, but Lydia could feel its gaze upon her, its presence undeniable. She could sense a great power emanating from this figure, a power that seemed to be tied to the very life force of the forest. "You have come," the figure said, its voice low and melodic, as if carried on the wind itself. "I have been waiting for you." Lydia's heart raced, but she did not feel fear. Instead, she felt a deep sense of recognition, as if she had met this presence before in a dream, in a vision, or perhaps in the very core of her being. "I don't understand," Lydia replied, her voice a mere whisper. "What is this place? Who are you?" The figure took a step forward, its movements fluid and graceful, like the sway of the trees in the breeze. It raised a hand, and Lydia felt the earth beneath her shift, as though the ground itself was alive and responding to the figure's call. "This is the heart of the forest," the figure said. "And I am its guardian. The one who watches over the flow of time, the ebb and flow of life. The forest is timeless, but it is also fragile. It needs those who are willing to understand its depth, its mysteries. And you, Lydia, have proven yourself worthy." Lydia's mind swirled with questions, but she remained silent, allowing the figure's words to settle in her heart. She had always known that the forest was more than just a collection of trees and creatures. It was a living, breathing entity, a place where time and space bent and intertwined. But now, standing before this guardian, she realized just how deeply connected she was to it. "You are part of this," the figure continued, its voice soft yet firm. "But there are things you do not yet know. Secrets that have been hidden for ages, kept from the eyes of those who would seek to exploit them. The forest is not just a sanctuary, it is also a place of great power. And that power must be protected." Lydia nodded, her mind racing. She understood now that her journey was far from over. The forest had chosen her for a reason, and it was her responsibility to safeguard its secrets. But how? Lydia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "How can I protect something so vast, so ancient?" The figure stepped closer, its eyes gleaming with an intensity that sent a shiver down Lydia's spine. "You must first understand the balance. The balance between light and dark, life and death, growth and decay. The forest thrives on this balance, and it is only through your connection to it that you can maintain it. You are the key, Lydia. You must learn to listen, to feel the rhythm of the forest in your soul. Only then will you be able to understand its true power." With those final words, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving Lydia standing alone in the clearing. The forest around her seemed to breathe with life, its ancient heart pulsing beneath the earth. And as she stood there, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lydia felt a deep sense of purpose settle within her. The forest had entrusted her with its secrets, and now it was up to her to honor that trust. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: Lydia's journey was only just beginning.